Good morning, everybody. Welcome to week number 4 of the 5PL Pro League. I'd like to introduce our co-announcers for this morning. So we got Daryl Bradley with us. We also got our friend Lenny Seth as well. Welcome, everybody.
How you doing, bud? We're doing good.
Everybody's doing good. So we're gearing up for week 4 action. So we'll pull up the lineup for today. So our first match this morning, we got the Dream Crushers bowling out of Sherwood Bowl against the Dakota Dynamite. We have in match number 2 the Winnipeg Avalanche playing the Dream Crushers. Then we have the Calgary Carnage playing the Dakota Dynamite. And then in match number 4, we have the Calgary Carnage against the Winnipeg Avalanche. So all 3 of these teams playing 2 matches today. So hopefully we'll have some great games here. We got a few teams, or at least the Dream Crushers, making their season start today. So I'm sure they're gearing or chomping at the bit to get started. And obviously these other teams have a couple games or a game under their belt here. So we'll pull up the standings here. So you can see the Avalanche there. They have 1 game played, which was a 5-3 loss. And then we have the Dynamite that are probably itching for their first win of the season as well, having played 2 games and getting 4 points. So they need to make their way up the standings, and the Dream Crushers, as mentioned, haven't played yet, so they'll be ready to go and want to get a good start and continue off of their first 2 seasons where they've seen some playoff success. So without further ado, I guess we can bring in the managers for first 2 teams. Let DB bring in Jim from the Dakota Dynamite, and we have Katie representing the manager for the Dream Crushers. So welcome, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning. So I guess we'll start off with Katie and the Dream Crushers. Katie, it's her first game of the season. So what's the game plan? Everybody ready to go?
We are ready. We always hate having to sit and kind of watch the season start. The team's getting momentum and going, and it's just hard to be not on the lane. So we've been ready. We're pitching. We have all 8 players here today, so we're ready.
That's awesome to hear. And obviously with the TPC going on this weekend as well, this is kind of a good kind of little practice session maybe, or a little get the juices flowing before a big cash event coming up. And Jim with Dakota, you guys are 1 game in. You had a really close loss in your last game, if I'm not mistaken. So is there any big changes happening this week? What's the game plan for today heading up against the Dream Crushers?
Well, to keep the Dream Crushers behind us, that's the plan. And just get some more points. Like you said, we lost a tight one last week, so we want to fix that problem today. Get some more points.
Obviously, always good to come back right after losing a week and not having like a 2 months off to have that linger in the back of your mind kind of thing, right? So it's good to get on it the next week as soon as possible and hopefully fix that up, get that first win under your belts. So I believe the Dream Crushers are the away team in the first match. So
come on here. That worked.
So we'll go with the lineups, Katie, if you'd like.
Yep. So our lineup, we have Dexter Wiseman starting in leadoff, Gary Baird, then myself, then Caitlin Ayub, and Adam Weber is our anchor, with Tim and Carrie on the bench, and Victor inactive.
Great. And for Dakota, what's the lineup for you guys?
We're starting with Max, our young superstar, then followed by Tyler, Jana, Aaron, Scott, and Chad and Andrew on the bench, and Randy's ineligible today, or this game.
Sounds good. Sorry I kind of took over that intro, but DB, Lenny, do you guys have any questions for our managers?
No, buddy, you're doing good. Good to see you taking the reins. I'm only here for a couple hours, but we got Jordan Schutz here as well. That's going to be helping out with the tech side of things. So we're excited to watch a couple of these matches. Dream Crushers we're in Sherwood Bowl, and they've got a satellite going here for TPC for next weekend as well. So I'm interested to see, Dynamite, right? They've got a few new players, so looking forward to seeing this match, guys. It's gonna be good.
All right, let's keep it on time here, and let's get the first game going. So good luck to both teams.
All right. Good luck, Jim.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Back them out of there. Let's go like this, guys. We'll add in a stream. We'll go like that. Let's do our lineups here while we're at it. So Dakota Dynamite. Who wants to do there? Anybody? Ben, you want to go there?
Give her, Lenny.
Well, I'll probably butcher some names, but we got Max Gibson, Randy Morissette, Tyler Van Dale, Scott Barber, Chad Van Dale, Andrea Alaka, Jenna Van, whatever that is, and Aaron L. Managed by
Awesome.
Jim Llewellyn, and they're playing out of the Dakota.
Right.
I'll do the Dream Crushers. So for the Dream Crushers, we have Carrie Kreitz, Dexter Wiseman, Tim Wiseman, Katie Rayner, Adam Weber, Victor Faubert, Caitlin Ayub, Gary Baird, no manager, bowling out of Sherwood Bowl in Edmonton. Right on. Dexter's already on the approach. Looks like he's just looking at the screen, getting ready to go.
Yeah, neat little setup they have here at Sherwood, right? They've got, I'll fix a couple of things there, but they've got a TV literally right next to their
To their scoring kind of thing, where they have like the live stream going.
Yeah, you bet. So it makes it pretty, like they can just look up right to the right. Like obviously they're bowling on lane 1, right next to the lane 2 camera or monitor. You can see it, right? So it's kind of a good little setup that they can watch along and see what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Every center probably has different setups, right? So they might have their laptops at the back counter with the team kind of huddling around it. Or I think, if I'm not mistaken, like Heartland has a TV on the side as well, kind of thing, where they put the live stream on and kind of keep track that way as well. So it's always interesting to see what the teams do to keep in touch, I guess, and make sure everything, because you still got to, you can't get ahead in frames and stuff like that. So somebody's got to watch, right? So it's interesting to see what the other teams do.
I'm a little bit surprised that Adam Weber's in the lineup. I know he hasn't played a whole lot, and he's done a bunch of rehab and really into it. And I know he's not doing masters here in Alberta. And I might have thought that he would have not played the first game and continued to get some more balls in, and then maybe played a second game. But that said, Adam's one of the top anchors in the entire country. So on one hand, you're surprised. On the other hand, not surprised at all.
Just like Connor McDavid playing today, right? You got to play your superstars, right? It's game time. So
we were talking about that before, weren't we? Connor McDavid's got to play in the big show when it's a big show, he can play.
Even if he's been injured for a week, and they said 1 to 2 weeks, so he's coming back tonight. And then Adam Weber, like you mentioned, he's been struggling with some injuries, and like you said, kind of pulling out of a few key events. And maybe he's testing it out today. Is he going to make an appearance at the TPC this weekend? I haven't seen the registrations or anything like that. So be interesting to see. But obviously, Adam's caliber, maybe this is the perfect kind of intro to bowling, getting him in for 1 or 2 games kind of thing, like you said. So, definitely interested to see what happens there.
Yeah, I don't have the inside knowledge on how much he's actually been throwing and what sort of, rehab and all that. I mean, obviously, I see him, but I don't talk to him too much as far as what the exact rehab looking like. But obviously we all want to see him healthy and playing and well. I think it took certainly some recovery after the damage that his knee and body took after the Masters Nationals. But you know what? He's a competitor. He'll be back. He'll do what he's got to do and get back playing, right? For sure. Yeah,
as long as he keeps that fire and he wants to come back, I think that's a huge thing, right? We see it a lot of bowlers where they get injured and then they tend to fall off kind of thing. So we try to hopefully he keeps that fire and keeps coming back. But anyways, back to this game here. A little bit of a slow start. Yet to see our first strike. A couple head pins from the Dakota side. And three misses on the Dream Crusher side. Gary with the only mark with his stellar 3-pin spare. So a little slow, but it's okay. Dream Crushers first game out of the year, and then Dakota playing their second game. So feeling each other out here. Hey, our first couple strikes. One from Aaron on the Dakota side, and Adam getting his first strike of the season here.
Yeah, Adam looked pretty healthy on that shot.
Yeah, I saw it looked like his knee was wrapped up in KT tape. I'm not sure if that's a regular thing for Adam or not, but just some commentator observation. Scotty Barber, good shot as well. So there you go. Hopefully those strikes take out the slow start a little bit, get the teams going for the rest of this game here. Hopefully we see some big scores. Makes it a lot easier for the commentators when they're commentating on 1,400 totals versus thousands. So
quite a different look this year to the Dynamite team too, right? Like they've got a few new players, little adjustment. Obviously, reasons people can't play and what they can't do. But seeing Max on there, seeing Will on there.
That was a great shot by Max
and Aaron. So almost like pretty much half their team has changed. We've seen that across the league. Obviously, some teams have adjusted and changed, and year one might look something like this, and then year two is going to look different, right?
Well, they got to make you make adjustments, right? Like anything and any team and any competitive team. You got teams like the next gen, which is stayed fairly the same. You got teams like the Dream Crushers, those teams that have made playoffs on a consistent basis. You don't see them making too many changes, but the league has to adapt to keep up with those teams, right? Because they're the benchmark. Even the Bombers, right? There's not too many changes. I think it's just Annette and the one new addition you have this year. So, those teams that have made the playoffs the last 2 years, kind of stay status quo. And then you've seen a lot of big mix-up, especially with the Winnipeg teams as well.
And I made a mistake. Will's not on the Dynamite. Will's on the Avalanche. Sorry, with a whole bunch of new teams there. There's 3 teams now in Winnipeg, so trying to get them all sorted out, I guess. Still learning. Apologize there.
Call us out. Call us out if need be, for sure. We have 24 teams, and there's 7 or 8 people per roster. There's definitely gonna be some mistakes. So keep us honest.
How do we not know every single little detail of every person and every team?
No, it's all good. We appreciate it. We appreciate the people viewing and their feedback and stuff. It makes it interactive. So there's not many times where you can watch a professional sport and actually chime in live and talk to the commentators and stuff like that. So if anybody has any questions or anything like that, feel free to put it in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook. It always makes it funner for the commentators too, because sometimes when you hear us for 4 hours, you probably want us to talk about other things. So feel free to chime in.
Len, do you see yourself playing at all this year? I know last year you got into the mix as an emergency spare. Is that something that's on the horizon? Anybody approached you yet, or anybody? What's your thoughts there playing Pro League?
I haven't been approached by anybody. I'm just kind of assumed that maybe Minto still has me as an emergency spare, but I haven't been told one way or another. So I just. I don't know. I'm enjoying watching it. I'm enjoying. I tune in every Sunday if we got anything. Don't have anything to go, whether it's to volleyball or another bowling tournament. And so right now I'm just. We're
gonna recruit Lenny for the Mighty Plex next year. Lenny will make the trip up here.
Yeah, you're kind of in the middle of nowhere, if you will. Like it's a bit of a drive for you to go to anywhere, right? So. It's kind of like a Ryan O'Callahan. We've seen his comments about, you must drive the most for any bowling tournament. But Len, you're probably not too far away, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm a couple hours away from. I guess I'm a couple hours away from everything, but I'm still. And if I really wanted to, if we ever did decide to expand, I think I could probably put together 6 or 7 bowlers from around this area within a 45-minute range, and put a pretty competitive team in. I know there's some bowlers from North Battleford and from Lloydminster that are all pretty good shooters, yes.
Al, I'm pretty sure we heard it here first. Isn't that? Can't we put that down as a commitment for next year?
Oh, I don't know. You guys got to let me know what's going on with the relegation round, how we got to get back in first, and then we'll talk.
Well, I think Len just expressed some interest to put a expansion team in. I think he's in.
Well, if he's in, absolutely, yeah. It's we got it. That's awesome, right? To be able to get, like you said, if it's within 45 minutes, it seems reasonable kind of thing. And hey, did I get a chance to play with Lenny and the Anseth family? Probably. Hey, man, that's I would jump on that opportunity for sure.
Well, I think it's some of these teams do have people traveling, just like the Dream Crushers out there today.
Yeah.
You've got Gary travels from Red Deer. You've got Red Deer. They're traveling, right? So you've got the Caribou Thunder. They've got people traveling from all over. A lot of teams have people traveling. So it's, we've got the Bombers on our team this year. We have Bonnie McDonald, going to travel for us. She's an hour and a half, 2-hour drive to get down to play. So
that's commitment for sure, man. To do that for, especially like some weeks you might have just the one game or something like that, but that might be a game that traveler sits out maybe. But when you have 2 or 3 people traveling on a team, that's a lot to ask, especially in the winter months too. Like you just never know weather-wise and stuff like that. It's but hey, props to them for having the dedication. That's amazing.
I think the Kingpins have 2 bowlers coming from Saskatoon, so that's about a 4-hour drive.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Dream Crushers are picking up a little bit here. Gary's on his double. They got 3 strikes going on here in the 3rd frame in the middle of the lineup. So see if Adam can finish off that frame and pick up their leader there. Dexter with his stellar 5.55 3rd frame. So, and even the Dakota Dynamite, they got Jana, Aaron, and Scott working strikes. Aaron and Scott both on doubles here. So it looks like those 2 guys are trying to get the team going. So hopefully the top 2 in the lineup that have been struggling, couple of head pins. Tyler's been on the middle. Clearly might need to make an adjustment or something like that, or potentially a coach's pull. So maybe Jim's looking at something as well.
It's nice little siblings now all playing together here on the Dynamite. But I think Aaron brings a little something to this team. He's, I played with him in the Regina last year at the qualifying, and just the mojo and the energy that Aaron brings to the sport and the game and the team, I think is a positive thing for Dynamite. So, hopefully he's looking to continue here on the doubles and obviously building on him, Jana, and Scott there. It's good to see Aaron playing Pro League for sure.
Yeah, like I remember seeing Aaron. I think we're probably around. Go ahead, Lynn.
I was going to say in Calgary this year, I played the 4th player with Scotty Barber, and he really has lost nothing to his game. He was very clutch, and every time there was a big shot, he was definitely up for it. So I think he's pretty comfortable at the bottom of that lineup.
Yeah, it seems like Scotty's been the anchor bowler on the Dynamite for the most part of last season, and obviously I think he was the anchor last week when they played as well. So clearly he seems to be the leader of the team, the veteran guy, right? And like you said, it seems like Scotty's maybe come back as well over the last couple of years into the competitive scene. Did he take a little bit of a break? Kind of same thing with Aaron as well. I feel like I remember Aaron back in the day. I think he had a TSN appearance and stuff like that. So like he was a great player and a young guy to watch. And then I don't remember seeing him for a couple of years, but then over the last, again, couple of years, I kind of seen the resurgence and seeing his name all over the place. So it's good to see those people coming back.
I think Scott's, sort of like to you, Len, maybe you've always played, but he's got, a son, or you've got obviously Akira that plays. And so with Karen, Scott's son, Taryn Barber, he's starting to play all these tournaments and had some success last year at the Youth Challenge and at the YBC. Right, so I think Taryn's looking to play in all these competitive tournaments, so that gives a new fire for Scotty to play out there and come and transition along and to have the fire. Right, it's a competitive world out there in Winnipeg, and you certainly don't want to forget who Scott Barber is. He's been one of the best around the community there. So good to see.
Yeah, I actually lost to Scott on TSN back in my TSN appearance, so that was the only time I've ever played Scott. So he's got me 1-0. So we got to have a rematch sometime.
And there's Dexter with us.
We're all going to be talking about losses. If we're going to be talking about losses to Scott, I guess this weekend, like you said, coming up is a TPC. Well, I made it to the final of the TPC, and I lost to Scott in the final that year. So I don't know if he's planning on coming back this year to it, but he's got a resume of quite a few people. I think that he's beaten up on different events. So
I think that was at Collingwood too, wasn't it, Len?
Pardon me?
That was at Collingwood too.
That was at Collingwood, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that was quite a few years ago. Scotty and I were probably both a little lighter and a little sharper in our game than we are now. But yeah, so that was back in Collingwood.
So it's good to see Max and Tyler kind of jump into this game here, get a couple strikes after Scotty's head pin on his double to start, but another head pin. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 head pins already through 4 frames for the Dakota Dynamite. So I don't know if they're pressing a little bit or they're all over it. I think they only have the one miss so far, and that was Max's first frame. So all over the middle. Still very much in this game. If you look at the totals, 357, 345. So this can really go any way right now. So
Yeah,
Katie with the was that a hook? was that the running joke this week?
Yeah, the big debate, the hook backup. What? I think the scary thing about the Dream Crushers is that they're a team that just will continue to build steam and momentum throughout the game. You know, they get more comfortable. This is their first game again of the season. Obviously, they're comfortable playing with each other for the last couple of years, but first game into the season, so maybe a little bit of a slower start. But as the game progresses, and certainly into that, 8, 9, 10, we're going to see why that they've been, a league champion in the past and be able to continue to push to big scores, right?
No, and you definitely build that camaraderie and that that comfort that you have within a team, right? When you have the same group of guys year over year kind of thing. So it's obviously a huge thing. I'm just kind of not dumbfounded or anything, but like a lot of misses so far in the first 4 frames here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 misses already in 4 frames for the Dream Crushers. So with their caliber, I'm sure they're going to want to clean that up because that's a little bit abnormal. But Adam even falling over there gets away with 1. So still playing well. Some decent scores up there. I've seen worse.
One advantage the Dream Crushers have is that they've been in the league now 3 years. There's really no panic in the game. They know their game will come around. They're very patient, and they do have a little bit of advantage over other teams if it's their first year, or they got players that it's their first year in the league. They're kind of not really knowing what to expect. The Dream Crushers they've all been there, and they all know what it's all about. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of panic on that team.
Yeah, there's like you said, it's the first week. There's no panic, and they've been there before too, right? So there's that adjustment period for a lot of new teams and even new bowlers, right, to play in this format. I'm sure Daryl and myself can attest that it's like the first couple weeks or maybe even the first entire year. It's like it's different kind of thing, right? So obviously over the years they've made the adjustments to the pro league, and bowlers start getting more and more comfortable with it, and it becomes more normal, right? So. But yeah, definitely an adjustment period for some of the new ones, I'm sure. But it looks like Max got it going there after a little bit of a slow start. He picked up strikes in 4 and 5, so that kind of keeps him in the game, not to get pulled, and it also keeps him right neck and neck with Dexter. Because if you don't know, if you're just tuning in and you don't know how the 5PL Pro League works, so it's basically a match play situation. So the first bowlers on each lanes play each other, the second bowlers play each other. So on and so forth for 1 point each. So each individual match is worth 1 point. And then the team total at the bottom right for Dakota and at the top right for the Dream Crushers, that is worth 3 points at the end for a total of 8 points that are available every week. Every week or every game, I should say. So right now we got Max with probably a little bit of a lead going into the second half of the game over Dexter. Tyler, again, him as well, after starting headpin, corner, headpin, couple strikes, gets himself right back in his match against Gary as well. And Katie with another bomb there. So she's got the turkey going heading into the second half. So she takes a little bit of a stranglehold in her match against Jana. But the total is still very close, 502, 525. So, and seems like everybody's marking right now. So it's what we want to see. That was a great shot from Aaron.
Yeah, it's a really solid score sheet you're seeing there coming off from the Dynamite.
Yeah,
like I said, they've been all over everything. And, they had the one corner pin miss there by Tyler, but other than that, it's been a pretty solid sheet.
Yeah, it's been clean, right? Their only opens are their hit pins, other than Max's. Yeah.
The one miss is Max's leadoff.
Yeah, just gotta get off that head pin a little bit, because that is now what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 head pins for the Dakota Dynamite, and then halfway through the game. So ideally not where you want to be at, but luckily they've been able to string some strikes together. So they've got several doubles. They had a triple at the beginning with Aaron. And we'll see what Max and Tyler do with theirs. So it obviously helps the pinfall. But a lot of matches, like other than Aaron's, great start. He's the only one that's got like a real commanding lead. Everybody else is still kind of in their games.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There we go. So, 5 marks for the Dream Crushers, 4 marks for the Dynamite heading into the second half. So we'll let DB kick off the commercial break here.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
We're back, everybody, for the second half of match number 1 of week number 4 of the Pro League this week. So after 5 frames, 552 for Dakota and 580 for Dexter. Sorry, I saw him on the lane there for the Dream Crushers. So yeah, should have an exciting second half here. 30-pin game, so that's basically 1 ball. So
he was wasting no time to get up and get going there, wasn't he?
No, well, that's kind of Dexter's MO, though, isn't it? To just get up there and go. Obviously, one of the kind of like faster bowlers approaches kind of thing that we have in the game. That kind of maybe not as fast as Mr. Anseth or the Mike Herberts of the world kind of thing, but very quick, right? I don't know what his mentality is behind it, if it's just don't think and just throw kind of thing. So clearly worked for him. Dexter's had a great career so far. So
yeah, I think Dexter just knows his game really well, and he knows what he's got a game plan when he goes up there, and he just has confidence in himself, so he doesn't take any time. He just executes.
Yeah. So again, Max starting off the second half there with a headpin on his double, so that kind of puts him a little bit behind in his match against Dexter. But Max has come in after his kind of first little jitters in the first frame. He's played pretty well the rest of the game. Just a couple headpins, kind of bookmarking that double that he has there. So tough for the coaches and the managers to make any pulls here, because a lot of the teams or the players are all over the middle, which is what you want, but. Does a coach have a strategy to make a pull eventually? I don't know. And Katie goes 5-hole on her triple. So that's a good opportunity for Jana to potentially bridge the gap in her match. 5-hole hole. Oof. I'm sure she's going to want that one back. But if Jana throws a strike here, that'll put her right back in her match here. So tough frame for Katie. I'm sure she'll regroup. Caitlin having a hard time finding the middle over her last few frames. Going 5 spare, another 5 here. So, and there you go. Jana gets that strike.
That third match turned around very quickly with that frame.
Yeah, that was huge. And just in the chat here, we have Chad going in for Max starting in the 5th frame. So like we just said, he was playing well on the middle, but I guess those headpins have forced Jim to make a decision here. So he's putting in Chad going in for the 7, 8, 9, 10. 7th frame? Is that what I said? Aaron playing well again. Another right corner pin. Seemed to be a great shot. See if he can convert the spare and keep that stranglehold on his match against Caitlin.
That was a bomb by Adam there. He looked really comfortable on that shot.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's lost a beat. He's not wobbling or hobbling around kind of thing. He seems pretty confident on his approach. And for a guy that throws like very hard and like a very aggressive slide kind of thing, and a guy that's struggling with a knee injury or something like that, he looks very comfortable out there, so that's good to see.
Well, I'm assuming just going off of myself that if he's got an injury, it's probably something he's not really concerned about for a game or two or for a shot. It's that when you start playing 8, 10, and 15 games, and that's what you don't know if you're going to be able to continue.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I mentioned earlier, right? Is like just that, this might be a good opportunity to test it out for a game or two kind of thing and see what happens, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see him out at the TPC next week or this week. I guess I should say. So again, great frame from both sides. 4 marks. As a coach manager, I would assume that's kind of what you expect out of a team or what you want from your team. Is you got 4 marks, you got a double working on the Dakota side. So 688 to 705. So pretty close. Doesn't get much closer than that. So Dexter got the great count there, good spare. So he'll keep his lead in his match against Max/Chad. Now that Chad is in, so that was Chad's first shot. So assuming he's been practicing off to the side, should be ready to go. Gets his spare, so got to keep the marks going here. It's all about team total at the end. So even when you're out of your individual match, it's still important to keep marking and keep plugging along for the team total, because that's worth 3 points at the end of the day. So
yeah, and this season we definitely seems to be more than the other seasons. We seem to have just about every match coming down to that 10th frame for you have individual points that are decided, but team total has been close this year. It's been great to watch. Seen a lot of 5-3s and whatnot.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of 5-3s, a lot of close matches, and that's from a viewer perspective, commentator perspective, that's what we want. Gets us excited too. We're all bowlers, right? We like to see close matches, and And great shot by Tyler there to get that 30 count. Now he's got a strike, and now he's primed to make a little bit of a comeback. It definitely keeps him in his game against Gary there. So, big shot from Jana. Now she takes the lead in her match against Katie. And then Katie blows through that left corner there. Wow. Great shot from Katie. But Jana really took control with that match. That puts her at like 160 after 6, and she's still marking a shot, working on the double. So big comeback from Jana. Just shows that one frame, right? You let your guard down for one frame with the caliber of bowlers in this league. No lead is safe. Aaron just just throwing bombs. Really great showing so far. I'm sure he'll be happy with that start anyway. So I'm sure he won't be happy unless his team gets the win. So another big shot coming up here for Scotty to keep it close with Adam as well.
Yeah, I believe right now our teams are tied.
Yeah, 808 before Scotty shot there. Yeah, that was a tie game. And everybody had marks, the slight advantage to the Dynamite for the double/triple working there. So be an exciting 8, 9, 10. Good time good game to start off our week number 4.
This is where I think the Dream Crushers in their heads anyways will be thinking to themselves that, 8, 9,
they have the advantage.
Where we make our move, and we've been here before, and we know what to expect. But I tell you, the way the Dynamite's throwing, there doesn't look like to be any weaknesses in that lineup right now. They look pretty comfortable, pretty solid, and I think we're going to have a great finish here.
Yeah, it's awesome, and we'll see what Chad does coming off the bench here after his first frame. So Dexter keeps getting kind of rocked with some corners here, but he keeps sparing them. So I gotta like the fire from the Dynamite side, right? Max there with the big fist bump, kind of like walk away, great shot, gets that 30 count, and at the end of the day, it's all about total at this point. And he stays in his match too. His match is still well within striking distance, so you just never know.
Dexter was very fortunate that that pin had a band on it because he didn't hit much. Tickled it over.
Yeah, maybe a little home bounce there for Dexter. But Dexter's always the guy right at the approach, right? You always see his head there, always behind his teammates and rooting them on. And great shot from Tyler. Now even Tyler with that double and Gary's miss there. That puts Tyler right back in his game there as well.
We got a match brewing here, guys.
Here comes DB, just chiming in out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Fire it up. DB, are you live at Sherwood right now?
Yeah, we are. We're in the back room at Sherwood in the party room.
Look at Jana. Jana, hambone. Hambone for Jana.
I'll be here for the first couple of games.
If the Dynamite didn't have all the head pins that it did have in those first 5 frames, we'd be looking at a huge total coming from them.
Yeah. Katie looks like she wasn't sure on that one from her stance at the line, but throws the strike. So again, big 30 counts for total because they need it because Dakota is not letting off the gas here. Still 943 to 916. The Dream Crushers are clean, like as in they all have marks. And Katie there gets her double as Aaron punches. So as we're talking about head pins, here's another one that creeps up on him. And I think we've seen Katie do this before, haven't we? I feel like she's finished off a few big games and makes some big comebacks and stuff like that. So you can't count her out either.
Yeah, Caitlin's obviously she threw a couple of monsters last year. Had some great times, big numbers. So it was a really big force for them for sure.
So she puts another 2 here. It puts her at 230 after 8. So she's only a few pins back. So she's still in her game. Obviously needs to probably get the next couple anyways to have a chance. But Aaron's also been shooting well. So we can't. He's obviously going to keep firing. Probably be a little bit frustrated with his head pin and 8 there. Kind of limits that game a little bit. But still 246 after 8. Not a terrible start by any means. A lot of us would take that.
Scotty's going to want a shot here to get back in his individual
Mhm.
match. Put him right back there if he can, throw the big one here.
And we know Scotty's probably watching, or he probably knows what he needs, and even just for the team, right? Look at this. There you go. A little bit of fire from Scotty there too. He knows it. So here we go. 910, 995 or 996 to 974. So 22 pin difference. We have 2 doubles for the Dakota Dynamite working and another couple strikes and 4 marks on the other side with 1 double. So very close. Let's see what happens here. 910. Dexter first on the lane. A little bit frozen there. Hey, carries a corner pin. But Chad goes in and gets a double. So he comes off the bench with a 5-spare double. Gets right back into his match against Dexter. If they were both to strike out, it'd be 286 for Max and Chad Dexter would have 291. So very close. It's a 5-pin game, basically. Gary looks like he pushed down a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, Gary's been off the middle quite a bit this game. He's been covering the spares to make him hang around in his match. But, he needs to get back on that middle.
So a little bit of a miss there from Tyler as well. So
it looks like they might be making a move right now with him. Or Carey.
Yeah, Carey going in. This is a big spare for Tyler. Great shot, great spare. Keeps him at 201 after 8 to 205. So it's like a 4-pin game with both on spares going into 10. So unbelievably close there as well. So, yeah, a lot of matches that are going to go down to the 10th frame here, folks. So it's a great match to start off week 4. See Katie in her backup. There we go. Great shot. Great count from Jana there. Looks like that left corner stood up.
That's a tough pull to make too, isn't it? Right, with a combination manager, Victor, Katie. I think are taking the reins of the management. I mean, Gary he's right in his match there, but obviously they see something, or maybe it was a feeling of Gary that he just obviously had a few misses. That let's get the Perry in the mix. Can throw some.
Caitlin throws that other strike to get that triple. So now, does the pressure go back on Aaron? Is he watching what's going on there, right? Like that brings her right back into her game here. So, but again, clean sheets from both sides. Like everybody's got marks in the 9th so far. Anyway, so it's this is a hell of a match here. You got the side of it a little bit. Oh, hangs the right corner. So he maxes out with a spare bag out at 321, and Katie's got 320 if she were to bag out with her 135 left. So unreal. Could be a 1-pin game. So huge spare here for Aaron to keep himself in control. And totals 11-17 to 11-14. Dream Crushers are clean. 4 strikes, 2 doubles working going into 10. And a great spare from Aaron. Keeps control. So if he bags out, he wins. That's what I mean when you say they're in control of his own match, his own destiny kind of thing. And this is a massive shot for Scott too, because the Dream Crushers have 2 doubles. So this would match Dakota with their second double. And having a double as your anchor spot is also a huge help for pinfall.
Yeah, and even in their individual match, Scott's got a 303 sitting there to Adam's 301.
Great shot, Scott. And you're absolutely right, Lenny. Like that keeps him in this game as well, right? So, wow, here we go.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see.
Here we go. So let's see if Dexter. So Dexter's got a max score of 291, and Chad/Max have a max of 286. So see what happens here. But definitely Chad here needs the first one, I would think, because Dexter got his. So. Oh, great shots. Here we go. This is awesome. So you can see after 8 frames there, 196 to 201, and they both got a double going. So basically a 5-pin game. And Dexter, we know he's going to be on the approach nice and quick. And
very impressive what Chad's doing, coming in and throwing first ball, get a pitch, spare it up, and then rifle a 3-bagger.
Oh, another corner from Dexter. So that opens the door for Chad here. So Chad's going to need this strike to win the game.
I think you're going to see some
or win his match. Oh no. Oh no! So the Dream Crushers are going to take the first match there. Dexter over Max and Chad. Great finish though. Great off the bench work from Chad there. Great pull from Coach Jim. Obviously felt something. It'll still be a really good average for Chad coming off the bench with a spare and a triple head pin kind of thing. So he posted, 130 pins, 140 pins in his last 4 frames. So. And huge for total at the end of the day, too, because it's total 1204 to 1170, so still very close.
Not to be outdone, Kerry came in a tight situation in the 9th frame, had 1 ball, made the spare, and now he's throwing the strike. That's not easy to do, whether you've been wondering or not.
That forces Tyler to get his, too, right, to stay in his match.
Absolutely.
Oh, did he get tapped on that left corner? So now he maxes out at 259. So if he maxes out at 259, Kerry just needs a chop here basically to win it in 2 shots. And he already got a strike, so game over there.
Yeah. And not that I was foreshadowing, but it just, like I said, it seems like those Dream Crushers, they don't panic, and you know what they have to do in the 10th frame. The Dynamite here,
again,
they still have control of. They still kind of hold control over their destiny. They just have to. They have to finish it off here, though.
They have that total in line. However, the Dream Crushers have 2 doubles to the Dakota's 1 double at the bottom, but they do have a little bit of a lead in total now, not by much though.
You see, you need those last balls, like Tyler's last shot there. You need to get.
Yeah, you need that extra 12 counts. Exactly. So very interesting to see. Yikes. Katie doesn't get that corner to fall, so that maxes her out at 280. So Jana, with basically any kind of count here, can take her individual point here. But again, all goes down to total. That 13 count on that double is massive for total. And it actually gives the Dream Crushers like a 30-pin lead there. There you go. So Jana. Go ahead, Lenny.
Well, now that they got that first point out of the way, we'll see if that takes a little bit of heat off them and maybe lets them relax a bit and let Aaron and Scott finish this game off here. They're both in positions where their oppositions are on strikes. They need to throw those first balls. Are so important.
Yeah, Jana squeaking out that game. That's great finish. Way to hang on, because Katie obviously started that game really strong. And other than her 6th frame, which is basically the difference maker in this game kind of thing, because she went that 5-hole on a triple, if I'm not mistaken. So that was the difference there. So great job from Jana to hang in there. And even Katie, she finished the game very strong as well. So 270 is not the worst game I've ever seen out there. So some great scores. Like we got 2 1,300 matches, potentially 1,400s going. And a late fall from Aaron. Holy.
Dynamite,
and then Katie, and then
that Caitlin was on that double, and she got the chop. She didn't get the strike, so they're fortunate about that. And then now that she's missed that spare, that really helps him out here. If Aaron can take advantage here and throw this double, so he gets that 3rd shot at getting some more pins for the team.
Yeah, because they're down about 15 now. So if Aaron can get another 30 count, it gives Scotty a little bit of a buffer. And Scotty's got the advantage working on a double versus Adam's kind of single strike there. So unreal finish. Great games. Like you're talking low man here, might be like a 250 game kind of thing across both teams. So it's a really good game to watch this morning.
Yeah, some solid throwing.
Great shot from Aaron again. Adam not waiting for Scotty to be on the lanes. They just want to post a number. And he goes power chop there. So now Scotty's got the opportunity. So he's got the game in his hand now. If he strikes out, he wins.
Scotty throws the first one, and that's probably going to be enough action.
Yeah, so yeah, be very interesting. It's good that Aaron kind of still taking his time, taking his routine, because he knows that these extra 15 points are a massive importance. I don't know what Aaron bowled his first week, but obviously, throwing a 300-plus game here is a great second game of the season. 3-11, great game, Aaron. Other than that last miss in his 12th ball, he was all over the middle. A couple corners, he spared them all. One head pin. Other than that, strikes. Great game. So Adam can max out at 271 now if you were to get a strike here. So does that force Scotty to get the first one, or he needs a good count at least?
I think Scotty's good with the corner pin, I think.
Oh, he gets it.
That already puts him
There
up
you
to
go.
1360. I think that's the team total.
That's team total. And, if he goes 5 here, he goes 35, 248, 268. And he needs to go like 5-5 on his last 2 shots here to basically clinch his match against Adam. Assuming Adam gets a strike. So 269.
Interesting game because you're going to have, it looks like it's going to be a 6-2 split. But I tell you what, both teams should be pretty happy with the way they've thrown. There's no.
Oh no! Oh no! What does this mean? So he needs 5. He needs a side of the middle here to win, because 5 will just tie his game with
I
Adam.
will tie it, yeah.
So he needs to hit the side of the middle. That 3-pin could be a big mistake. Let's see.
He might end up with a 5.5, 2.5.
Get to the side of it. He got to the side of it.
Yeah.
Oh, probably not the shot that he was looking to get to clinch his game, but he pulls it off, and he went up there quick after that 3-pin. So he didn't waste any time. So props to Scotty for coming back on that game. What a great game. 6-2 Dakota Dynamite over the Dream Crushers in match number 1. Awesome.
Yeah, very enjoyable to watch that game.
Didn't see the final total there. Obviously, it was enough, but that's not up there for the highlights. Let's sort of do a quick recap. But yeah, 6-2 game. Good work. Yeah,
great games. I think low man was that 240 or 250 game on the Dakota side. So, when you have 10 games out there, which are that's some great scoring. At Aaron with his 300, but even look at the consistency through the Dream Crushers: 274, 280, 270, 260, 269. Very, very good scoring kind of thing. Just met the wrong team at the wrong time, right? But yeah, great game.
And the Dynamite are going to win the total by about 15 or 20 pins. And really the difference was, I think the Dynamite might have had 2 to 3 pitches in that whole game. And the Dream Crushers, although they made most of the spares, they had about 8 or 9 pitches there. So that was.
Oh, they had a lot, yeah. Wow. So I guess we'll let DB bring in our managers here, or spokespeople for our teams. So welcome, Jim. Welcome, Victor.
Hello.
Wow.
Good times. Good times.
What a fun first game of week number 4.
Yeah, that was
go ahead, Victor.
Sorry. That was definitely different.
Yeah. So for Dream Crushers, obviously that was your first game of the year. What do you take away from that? Obviously a great total, 1350 and change. Your low bowler 260, your top bowler 280, very consistent throughout. What's your feeling right now?
It's a tough one for sure, because you can't really say anybody threw bad, but at the same point, it was we got beat by a better team in this round. So it was very tough to watch, but very fun to watch as well.
We, I think from our end, from the commentator side, I think we were noticing that, the Dakota was all over the middle all game. I think they had maybe 2 misses or something like that. It was very limited, but a lot of head pins, versus the Dream Crushers, where we saw kind of Gary went on a 4 out of 5 streak kind of thing of 5 spares. I think Caitlin, had the same issue at the beginning of the game. She did pick it up towards the end, but there was a lot of misses. So do you attest that to anything, or was it just it is what it is? They were sparing them, which is good, but getting those. but getting those 20 counts versus those potential corners or something like that, right? In such a tight game, I think that probably was the difference.
That ended up being the difference, and trying to pull the trigger at the right time hard when they're firing it, because they're coming back and making a good shot afterwards. So yeah, we got to the point of having to look at the totals and saying, okay, where can we get the most spins? And it made most sense to make the switch at Gary and go from there. And,
yeah, well, the great pull there, because Carey did come in, got his spare kind of thing, and then ran a few strikes and ended up winning his game, right? So great pull there. And Jim, obviously week number 2, big win against the Dream Crushers, 6-2. You guys shot a great game, very consistent, like I mentioned earlier, all over the middle. How are you guys feeling? Obviously good, I would assume.
Oh, really good, really good. We knew that they were nervous playing us to start. We could tell they were missing the headpin lots, and we were just on the headpin all game. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that's great. It was a great pull from you as well when you pulled Max, and Max wasn't playing. Go ahead, Lenny.
Yeah, I was just saying the same thing you did. Max wasn't playing bad at all. And that came in right, got the spare, and then he started throwing. And that was very important for your team to stay in the team total like that and keep the momentum going. So even though he didn't get the win, it was still a great goal to keep everything rolling for you guys.
Yep, it was. It worked out well, I thought. So.
What was the reasoning behind the pull, Jim?
Well, it was between Max and Tyler, to be honest with you, and Max's game was more in hand or available to win than Tyler's. So
there you go.
That's why I put him up there. So. And I think once you get that first pull in, the other guys kind of relax a little bit too. They're not pushing as hard. So as you see, Tyler threw some strikes after that. So it worked out well.
That's great. That's a great first game, gentlemen, and to the teams as well. Great start. So we'll let you guys go after game 1, and I believe game 2 we have the Dream Crushers coming right back, and I believe they're playing the Winnipeg Avalanche, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll let DB cut to commercial, and we will get ready for match number 2. So congratulations, Dakota, Dream Crushers. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
Hey, everybody. We're back. Back for match number 2. Obviously, we got Lenny on the commentary here as well. We got DB kind of chiming in every now and then. So we'll let DB bring in our 2 managers for game or match number 2. We have the Winnipeg Avalanche against the Dream Crushers. Dream Crushers playing their second game of the day. And we have, I believe, Robbie in the background here for Winnipeg.
Yes, sir.
And we have a blank screen for the Dream Crushers, so we'll start it off with Robbie. We got Victor. There he is. So, Robbie, welcome to match number 2. I see all the team back there raring to go.
Yep.
So, how are we feeling this morning?
Feeling good. It's pretty cold in Winnipeg. It's ready to warm up.
I'm in Timmins, man. It's cold here too.
Oh yeah.
So I feel you. So other than that, team's ready to go. So you guys played a game already. So this is your second game of the season.
Oh yeah. Well, last week we played. I thought you meant
You guys played
like
last
today,
week.
but yeah.
No.
We played against Regina, but
There you go. So you guys come off, I believe, was it a 5-3 split kind of thing?
yes, it was 5-3 for them.
There you go. So looking for your first win of the season and playing the Dream Crushers, who just threw a pretty great game, to be honest, and just fell short a little bit against our friends at the Dakota Dynamite. So, Victor, any big adjustments coming in for this game, for game number 2?
Yeah, we're switching the lineup up a little bit. Just seeing
So-
if we can get that flows well. So we're running Dex, Katie, Carrie, Tim, Adam, and then we got Caitlin and Gary are on the bench, and I'll be cheering from the background again.
There you go. How's it feel to be the manager, Victor? How's that stress compared to being on the lanes?
You know what? I always kind of played that role anyway, regardless, just always in my head. So not a huge adjustment other than saying, yeah, guys, get up. So.
Right on. Well, Robbie, you're actually the away team, but it seems like you got a little bit of an advantage here because the home team just decided to blurt out their lineup anyways.
Oh, we're going to change our lineup anyways. We got Colton Bolin leadoff. Second is Dylan. Our third is Alyssa. Fourth, Will. Fifth, Dwayne. And then on the bench, we got Kevin and Brooke.
Excellent. So, Lenny, you got anything for these stellar managers before we get going here?
No, I'm just know that the bar's been set pretty high after that first match there. So I expect this one to be tight, come down to the end. And
expectations are high, folks. No pressure.
Oh.
All right, gentlemen. So again, Dream Crushers, their second game of the season, their second game today, and then Winnipeg Avalanche, second game of the season as well. So good luck, both managers, both teams. Best of luck. Bowl well. Let's see some big scores. We'll let DB post up the graphics here.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck, Bowl.
Here we go. We got both cameras up.
guess we can start off.
I'll do the. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Lenny.
Avalanche? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll do Avalanche. You do Dream Crushers. Avalanche. All right. Winnipeg Avalanche. Dwayne Gallardi, Colton Uswa, Will Thompson, Dylan Stevenson, Brett Hendrickson, Kevin Boyko, Alyssa Campbell, Brooke Goulet, and bowling out of St. James.
They're playing against the Dream Crushers. Carrie Kreitz, Dexter Wiseman, Kim Wiseman, Katie Rayner, Adam Weber, Victor Forbear, Caitlin Ayub, and Gary Baird. And, of course, they're playing out of Short Bowl.
Here we go. I don't know what all these money signs means on top of the Avalanche scoreboard here, but I like it. There you go. So game number 2 of week number 4. So, again, these are game 2 for both of these teams. So Dream Crushers is coming off of the first match of the day. You can see on their scoreboard there, 13-53 was their first game, so a great total, but ended up losing 6-2 to the Dakota Dynamite. And, the Avalanche, this is also their second game. They came off, they're coming off a 5-3 loss last week to the Regina Revengers, so they'll be hungry for their first win of the season. So somebody's going to win here, going to get their first win of the season.
Yeah, and Dexter continues on his consistency. He just hasn't really been able to bust on a roll and get a 3-4 bagger rolling. But he's hitting the middle and converting all of his spares. So.
Yeah, I'm sure Dexter's that kind of player that's going to probably end up making an adjustment soon if he hasn't already, kind of thing. Because, like you said, he's been all over the side of the middle too. Because he had, I think, 4 or 5 kind of corner pins last game. But like you said, he spared them all, had a great game, and but I'm sure, like you said, he probably wants to throw a few more strikes and get some strikes together for the team.
Absolutely, always easier to follow strikes than it is to follow outside.
Yeah, especially when you're the leader of the team. You're the leadoff spot. You want to get the team fired up, and there goes our cameras, but they're back. So everything's going good here. So Colton with a little bit of a slow start, but I love seeing these two teams here playing. There's some high caliber on both sides. There's a high caliber on all the teams, obviously, but when we think of some of the top bowlers in the country, having Dexter, Carey, Adam on one side, Colton, Dwayne, Alyssa, just some great bowlers that you see all over the place when you're looking at WCBT and stuff like that. So these are some elite bowlers here, and it's always fun to watch.
Carey's continuing his right. He came in at 9 and 10, and looks like he's pretty comfortable up there. You're going to see the first ball from Tim. I'm sure he's been throwing balls, during the break and on other lanes, but it's still nervous, that first ball of the match.
Yeah, and Carey, if I'm not mistaken, not to call him out on anything, but he's kind of struggled a little bit in the pro league setup kind of thing. He hasn't played to his capabilities, I think, right? I think he'd be probably the first to admit to that, but hopefully you can have a better season.
Yeah, I also think though that Carey's playing under different conditions than everybody else. I think he's got a lot on his mind every week, so I think we should be cutting in some slack.
I agree there. You're totally right. There's so much work that goes behind the scenes to get this stuff together, and when you're always worrying about tech setups and stuff like that, it's sometimes your mind just ain't in the game. So hopefully over the last couple of years, he's got a lot of help from Mitch and other people that are kind of working on the background stuff. So hopefully it'll reflect in his game and his ability to focus a little bit more on the pro league bowling versus the management side of things.
And I know last week when we played the Avalanche, they had Will, I believe, playing leadoff. So they moved him down here to fourth. I don't know if he's going to be more comfortable there or if it's Adams. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. You got knee problems.
That's exactly my thought was. I was like, I said, I hope that's not a bad sign. But yeah, like you said, it looks like there's been a couple changes on the Avalanche side. Obviously, a little bit off to a slow start here. Yet to register a mark. Alyssa's the only one on the middle, kind of thing. So again, they're might be getting the first frame jitters out. We kind of saw this in the last match as well. So still very early in the game. Adam seemed pretty solid on that spare shot there, so hopefully no ill effects on the knee or anything like that. So even the Green Cutters a little bit of a slower start compared to their big scores last game, but we all know that everybody here is capable of putting some strikes together and seeing some big scores again. So Winnipeg is one of two teams bowling out of St. James. I believe we have the St. James Snowmen that are bowling out of the Schwartz Home Hardware division. So there's two teams bowling out of St. James, and there's several teams obviously bowling out of Sherwood Bowl. But it's kind of neat that they kind of separated them division. But
are the Snowmen playing today as well? Or?
I'm not sure. Do I have the schedule here? Let me see. I think I have the schedule here. The Snowmen actually are playing today. They are playing in their first two games, so odds are the Snowmen are probably in the house live right now at the same time as the Winnipeg Avalanche here. So, they're just playing on the Schwartz Home Hardware division, so they're just playing on the other feed. So, again, a little bit of slow starts. 3 marks for the Dream Crushers, a couple from Will and Dwayne on the Winnipeg side, so still early, but see again Dexter on the side of the middle, but getting that other chop again. No chop cherry T-shirts for Dexter. They must have sold
Yeah,
out of those things.
When you start out and you're struggling a little bit, like the Avalanche, just haven't really found their feet underneath them yet. It's nice. You feel really lucky that the team you're playing hasn't come out and rifled a bunch of doubles or anything like that.
Exactly. You're still time, right?
Yeah, you're still in your match, and you haven't really dug yourself a really deep hole, and hopefully your game comes to it.
Yeah, and I think most of these people are well versed in competitive 5-pin bowling, so they have a good understanding of what they need to do, and when you put these teams together as well as a team, you have to have that trust with your teammates kind of thing as well, that they're able to make those adjustments or that they're going to stay in the game, regardless, because at the end of the day, this is a team thing, right, and not an individual thing. So you got to put your individual stat line and thoughts kind of to the sideline and just focus on playing for the team.
Yeah, I think that would be one of the harder things when you're building a team is you can't always just go for talent or for skill, because you could have 6 very talented players, but if they don't get along or if their personalities don't gel, you're probably not going to have a good outcome. So you got to take that into consideration too, because you're trying to build your team. Looks like obviously with the Dream Crushers, when they built their team, they kind of found that, because they haven't made a lot of adjustments. Although the Avalanche have made adjustments, it's they're a new team. It's more because of expansion and whatnot. So it's like I said, it's not always about picking the best bowler out there. It might be about picking the bowler that fits with the rest of the team the best, I think.
I totally agree with that, Led. That's a great point, and that also brings in a lot of the other great thing about the Pro League as well is that you see a lot of bowlers that you might not see on a regular basis or that you might not have heard of, kind of thing. But because unfortunately, not everybody's able to travel to all these cash tournaments or partake in these events for whatever reason, and it's great to give them a platform and able to see their talents, kind of thing, right? So it's fun to see. There's a lot of names that I haven't seen before that I've seen play in this Pro League, and it's like, wow, didn't even know who he was, kind of thing, and he's great. He or she is a great bowler, kind of thing. So there's so much talent in this sport, and the Pro League just gives us a platform in order to showcase it way more, something different from your WCBT club tour events and stuff like that. So it's a great job from Kerry and his team at the 5PU to get this going. So. And clearly it's grown, right? The first season we started with 12 teams, and now we're at 24, and there's, thoughts of expansion. You mentioned it, Timmins might want back in again, and so there's always teams kind of looking to get in. So it'll be interesting to see what the commissioner and his team decide to do when it comes to potential relegation. I know that's been a conversation that's happened in the background as well, so it'll be fun to see. So the Dream Crushers there got 4 marks, kind of just sitting on their frame a little bit, a couple frames back from the Avalanche, as they're still kind of struggling, but they're putting a couple marks here. Yet to see a strike, so hopefully Dwayne will be the anchors here and hopefully springboard them into the third frame. Get your 2-frame warm up and get going here, because you don't want this to still obviously very early, very close, 182 to 138. So. A little bit of a push there from Dwayne. So slow start for the Avalanche. But once they get that ball rolling, we all know they can throw. So maybe the coach is already thinking of some things. I don't know if it's too early. We've seen some crazy things happen, with the availability of a double pull in a spot. And the Winnipeg still has another game after as well. So but anyway, still very early in this game, but you don't want this to get out of hand too soon, because, like you said, no strikes yet after 2 frames, only 4 spares. So I'm sure they're going to want to get going here. Maybe Colton will be that spark. And I think we all know Colton could be full of energy.
Yeah, you see Dexter watching, waiting to find out when he can go up there, and I don't think there was any chance he was going to let Colton go up there and set the pace for him.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
As soon as the rain was done, he was ready. Now Colton started out, and now hopefully that carries down for the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely right. Colton's obviously, seems to be a little bit newer on the scene, but he's clearly come in with a bang and clearly showing that he's a player and a force to be reckoned with. So it's also always fun to watch him bowl. He's super down to earth guy too, whatever. So great bowler, but great person as well. So that's the good thing about this sport as well, is that they're great talents, but they're also always willing to welcome you with open arms, have some good conversations and stuff like that. And the great part about our game.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can say that I probably ran across Colton about 4 or 5 years ago. So you sit down and think to himself, he's a relatively new player, but it's been unreal how many big, important shots you've seen him throw over the years, over those 4 or 5 years. And it's just like, yeah, he may be young and he may be new to the scene, but he is very seasoned, and he's not going to be intimidated at all by anything he sees out there.
No, and that's important, right? To have that trust in yourself too, right? That you can do it. You've been in those situations before, and the fact that you even put yourself in that situation is a good stepping stone as well to learn a lot about your game and yourself.
Yeah, you can try and fake confidence, but you really can't. You're a confident person, or you're not.
Yeah. Oh, Carey, a little bit of headpin trouble in 2 and 3 there. Dylan doesn't get the push off to the side, but great count on his spare. Keeps him in his game against Katie very early on. Colton's strike also keeps him within striking distance from Dexter. So I think Winnipeg just needs to string some marks as a team here, get some juices going. I think they're a very emotional team. Like they get fired up, and I think they feed off that. So if they struggle, then they might tend to press, or they might want to be that spark a little too much kind of thing. So they might get a little fast or something like that. So, but if they all get going, yeah.
Well, that was a big shot for Jim because, like you say, they get an advantage if you're going first, and they can kind of set the pace for each frame. But I tell you what, when it comes out with an open, and then all of a sudden that carries down to the next 2 or 3 bowlers, all of a sudden you wonder if it's your advantage to be going second and see that, okay, well, my opponent just opened up. I can relax here. I don't have to squeeze this shot, and hopefully things fall into place. So it's a big ball here for Alyssa to get back into her match, although it's only the 3rd frame here. She's still looking for a first strike.
Yeah, just looking for a mark here kind of thing, right? Just get that first mark, get that sigh of relief a little bit in you. And, like you said, it's 3 frames in. The opponent you're facing has 60, 55 in the 3rd. You're playing carry. You get a spare here, you throw a strike, it's tie game, right? It's like you're only a frame behind kind of thing, but you need to get a mark, right? You start the game off with a couple opens, and there you go. So you get your mark. Got a little bit of hop in her step. We know Alyssa gets fired up as well, so it'll be interesting to see. And the Dream Crushers have done nothing here. They have 1 strike, or with the 1 double from Tim. So these marks can go a long way for the Avalanche. And I don't know if it's the Avalanche's pace of play, if they're a little bit slower, but considering the Dream Crushers have basically shot 3 shots every frame, they're still 2 bowlers ahead of the Avalanche. Oh, the late pull from Will there. It looked like a great shot, so it was a little bit unlucky, but a little bit of dramatic effect for those watching.
It's a big frame for them to start building some momentum. Like you said, you're worried that your opponent's going to get out of reach, and all of a sudden the Dream Crushers go out there and have a struggle,
a little bit of a stinker.
Only throw 1 mark up there, and your team's got to be sitting back thinking, if we can pop in 4 marks here, we can really gain some momentum. And sure enough, they did.
And you see that they were all on the middle, chop off corner, the corner pin spare from Dylan, whatever it is, what it is. You move on, you get 4 marks. And I think everybody that shot a strike or whatever, came back with the fist pump. They're feeding the energy. They're starting to feel it now. They had a little bit of a lull the first 2 frames. But that might be the frame that they needed to take control of this game. But then we got the Dream Crushers that we just never count them out, right? And then you get one of those as well from Colton, and, momentum kind of shifts, right?
You got herself a real back and forth here,
Fun to watch. It'll be fun to watch, probably a lot of these guys from Winnipeg as well heading out to Edmonton this week for big WCBT event, the TPC. So that'll be Sherwood Bowl always puts on a good event every year. Big invitational, $1,000 entry for the men, $500 entry for the ladies. Lots of side events, lots of shifts. So make sure to give them a follow and keep track of all the updates this coming week.
And looks like I think we've made a move here. I think Katie is out now and Caitlin's coming in.
Yeah, well, Katie, goes a couple with like 3 misses out of 5 frames, then goes through the 5-hole, which we saw her do last game as well, which essentially cost her the match and potentially, we don't want to put one mistake on somebody when you lose a team total, but it led a little bit to the team total as well. So it's early start. Katie was struggling. It is what it is. I'm sure she's a veteran. She'll sleep fine tonight, but I'm sure she'll want to make some adjustments for the next time.
That was a big shot for Carrie. When you go back-to-back head pins, that next frame is one you're always, you don't want to steer it, but you're in the back of your head, you don't want to be plowing again.
Yeah, and it seemed like he kind of steered it a little bit as well. He kind of laid it out to the right a little bit and got that little bit of a sweeper on the right-hand side. So tried to play maybe a little bit of a thinner line, obviously, coming off his 2 head pins. So good adjustment from Carey. I don't know if that's a shot he'll keep playing or if that's a shot he wanted, but he'll definitely take the result. And Alyssa back-to-back chops. So Dylan, getting a strike after that corner pin spare keeps him in the lead in his match against Katie and now Caitlin. So good to see Winnipeg picking up Colton after his head pin to start the 4th frame to try to keep those marks going. Because total right now, 317 for Winnipeg. We got 380. So a little bit of a spread there, especially with the Dream Crushers posting up a few marks here in the 4th frame. But with Will and Dwayne here, if they can post up some doubles, they can basically eliminate that gap, I think. Doesn't get the pull on the left corner.
Yeah, he got it last frame. I think he was hoping for the same thing again.
Yeah, it was a little heavy on that one, right? You can probably see from his body language a little bit that he was kind of hoping to get the side there. So you might be happy with the corner pin, but I think he would have taken that kickback off the sidewall. But again, important spare here to get that 30 count for total. And in his match against Tim, too, is a very close game here. So, Tim's playing well. He's got 100 after 4 with the mark working. So, Will keeps himself within – well, he's actually slightly ahead now, if I'm not mistaken. He'll have 88 after 3 to Tim's 85. So, yeah, 3-pin lead, both working on spares. So, a good close match in that 4 spot.
Yeah, I think this is a big ball for Dwayne, and I think, obviously, Dwayne's a seasoned competitor. He knows who he's playing against. So he knows he's not going to want to let Adam get away on him type of thing. And, of course, we're worried about the team total and that too. But players of this caliber, you know that they both know who they're playing, and they both want to try and make sure they get that individual win.
Absolutely. I know that we've seen it in the standings so many times, right, over the first couple of years that, that one extra point or that one – half points and stuff like that are huge, right? They're big swings, so every point is huge when it comes down to the end of it. So you don't ever want to let a point get away. It's a short season, only 11 games per team, but those individual points are massive. Make a big difference from making the playoffs and not.
If you take a look right now, you can really see the Avalanche. I don't know if they're squeezing the ball or if it's just a tougher scoring house, but their board looks like a Scrabble sheet. They got a lot of letters up there. They're hitting the middle, but they're just not carrying strikes.
So that's Colton's 3rd head pin. As a coach, what do you do there? I think there might be a pull happening here. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the first pull. And like you said, I haven't bowled at St. James, so I can't say, but I think that's where they host the Manitoba Open, right?
It is, and I can tell you, last year I did go and play there, and I played the 4-player event, and our team cashed 2nd in this no tap event, and we averaged 264.
So pinfall is clearly a little tougher at that house versus not really comparable to a Sherwood Bowl, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it definitely we definitely have to do a lot more working and a lot more
And that's another dynamic of the pro league as well, right? Everybody is bowling in their respective houses in their respective cities, kind of thing. And obviously, we all know that there's some houses that have better pinfall than others, and that's something that teams and bowlers need to keep in mind as well, right? But it is what it is. They got to make the adjustments. These are your home lanes, so you should be able to make those adjustments. You play on those every week. Odds are most of these players, I know there's a lot of people that do travel and such, but they should know these lanes pretty well.
Yeah, I've always curious, being that you don't live, I live in a small community of 500 people, but these people that live in the cities, we assume that they'd be very comfortable and playing, but I don't know if the whole team that plays out of the Avalanche actually plays at the same team.
Oh no.
Or if they play out of other houses and they just join that team type of thing.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I like you said, I live in a kind of a smaller community as well. I've only known to have one bowling alley here, so I don't have any options. I can't go anywhere else. Yet, like you said, these bigger cities have, potentially 3, 4, 5 bowling alleys. So which one is their home house? I don't know, right? Like you said, you don't know if they have that familiarity with that particular house.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's another dynamic that you don't really know. There you go. So look at Winnipeg here, putting some marks. Dylan got that double, so that puts a nice stranglehold against that Katie/Caitlin match. Alyssa with a big strike after a couple chop offs, and same thing for Will. Will's been throwing a good ball, couple corners, couple strikes. And here's Mr. Weber. It's finishing off the first half here, and it's kind of what we saw in the first match too, right? A little bit of a lull to start. But then teams kind of started picking it up right before the break, right? So there we go. Great.
They're pretty much tied. We're going to be 14 points apart, and the Avalanche is going to probably be in favor of the mark. So we're going to have one heck of a finish here in the second.
Yeah, we got 3 doubles for the Dream Crushers and only the one from Winnipeg. So first half done. We'll let DB chime in here for the commercial break, and we'll get going with the second half very shortly.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
All right, giddy up for the second half of match number 2 of week number 4. So close match, 523 for the Dream Crushers, 509 for the Winnipeg Avalanche. Can see Kevin warming up on the side there, so see what's going on. We've already had the first pull of the game here. The leadoff for Winnipeg was actually Colton, but they even switched the name on the leaderboard to Brooke. So we have Brooke Goulet, who stepped in for Colton after Colton got his third headpin in 4 frames there. And we have Dexter, who just got a headpin as well.
Great ball by Brooke. She needs to cover this up now and take advantage of the opening that Dexter just gave her. Get her back maybe in the match and get her team back on the right side of the totals. It's going to be a very big ball coming up here for Dylan. Caitlin came in for Katie, and she probably went up there and cherried a 3-pin, and then she spared it up. So she hasn't really done any real damage, but Dylan threw a double right when she came in. So this is going to be a big shot for him to see whether he takes control of this match or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And Caitlin obviously, struggled a little bit at the beginning of her game, but really came back and gave Aaron a run for his money, I believe, in that 4 spot in the last game. So to kind of surprised for her to start on the bench, to be honest, because the way she kind of finished that game. But, moved by Victor to start on the bench and see what she can do coming off the bench here.
Well, Dylan got his turkey. That was a big shot. And
that was a big shot for total.
Yeah, I would not want to have been Victor and had to make a decision. Your team only did take 2 points, but it is hard to make. How do you make a move when you don't have anybody in your team shooting under 260, 270?
Absolutely. It's kind of like a coach's nightmare. Everybody's playing well, and you can't really find that pull to put somebody in. But
I coached the team at the Open, and we qualified as the number one team. So of course, we have to be beaten twice. And then we went into the step ladder. We played our first game, and we shot 1,500, and we lost. And then we had to play again, and we lost the next game. And then I sure got a lot of grief. Well, why didn't you change the lineup? Or why didn't you try this? And I'm thinking, how do you change the lineup when your team's out?
We just shot 1,500. You want me to change the lineup? Yeah, that's not happening. Right?
So, yeah. So by the way, if you are still listening, Nelson, I still hold that against you. Nelson Frank kind of went insane in that roll-off, and he was throwing back-to-back 400s and stuff, and he was a one-man wrecking machine. He kind of destroyed us.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, eh?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But, slow start from the Dream Crushers coming from the commercial break here. 3 opens. Tim with a little bit of a pitch out there, and yet the Winnipeg Avalanche, Dylan getting that turkey, couple corner spares, so keeping it clean. And then, of course, commentator's curse maybe, Will with the headpin there. Slow that down a little bit, but still basically bridged the gap in total because you're at 610 and 609 here. And the Avalanche have a huge advantage with the couple spares and the triple working right now. So
I see we got, looks like we got
another pull. Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. Like, everybody struggles. Everybody has their days where they're not on it, but it's kind of shocking now. I think this is the 3rd time that we've seen the Dream Crushers pitch and then pitch to the same side again type of thing. And a couple of those times they've been on rolls. It's not like they've been on open frames type of thing. So those are real costly.
Yeah, and that would have been a good opportunity for Tim as well. If he gets a mark there, he kind of gets back into his match, but now he's trailing by, 23 sticks now after 6. So obviously it's not a huge deficit by any means, but it would have brought him right back close. And like you said, it's very unusual because even on the screen here between Katie and Tim going 5 hole 3 times over the last 3 frames, very strange to see as well.
Yeah, so
but
little thing of the Crushers not hitting the middle a lot the first game. It kind of seems to be showing its head again here. They're not been covering their heads in a lot here in these last couple games.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Adam with the good spare there, but you see after the commercial break, Dream Crushers had 3 doubles going into the 6th frame, and now they have none. So they weren't able to capitalize on any of those doubles. Just Adam with the spare there. in the early night in that sixth frame. So they're still at 6:55. Kind of luckily for the Dream Crushers, Will and Dwayne both getting head pins on their strikes, kind of kept it within reach, kind of thing. And the Dream Crushers still have a little bit of a lead, but again, advantage Avalanche with those marks, especially that double from Dylan.
I was going to say, if the Avalanche were only going to throw one strike that frame, they definitely wanted it in this number 2 spot, and that's where they got it.
Yeah.
They need him to continue.
But we have the Dream Crushers here, so we know what they're capable of. So Dexter starting off the 7th frame with a big shot there. And here comes in Brooke, off the bench, gets her corner spare in her first full frame. So we'll see what she can do to help out with team total and stay within her match here. And see, Dream Crushers, boom, 2 quick strikes. Caitlin and Dexter just firing and playing at their own pace. And I'm wondering if that leads into anything as well, because there's been a couple frames now where they finished well ahead of the Avalanche. And does that little break in the sea, like we got 3 shots, 3 guys done, and Brooke hasn't even shot for her spare yet. So I don't know if that's going to ice them, if there's a big wait in between frames for them. I don't know if that's just the way they play. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's also relevant as to whether or not they're watching. Because if they are watching, if they are watching, all of a sudden, Dylan's got a little more pressure on this ball. He knows it. It looks like the Dream Crushers are working their way to a perfect frame here. And, that'll make you squeeze the ball a little bit more. Yeah,
obviously they're watching because, as Daryl mentioned earlier, they have the screen like right up next to the scoreboard that they're playing, and Dylan is on frozen mode here. It looked a little thick, yeah. It looks like a head pin for Dylan. But yeah, so they obviously have to watch because they can't get ahead of frame, right? So they're obviously watching to see where Winnipeg is.
So now between Tim and Gary, we've got that 4th spot with 3 straight pitches for the Dream Crushers.
And is there a score correction or no? Okay, 5-5-2. Is that what Gary got?
Yeah.
Okay. So Dylan finishing off his frame after his head pin, so he's sitting at 175. So he's got a little bit of a lead over to Katie Caitlin, but we also just saw what Caitlin did last game and threw 3 or 4 strikes to finish her game and nearly take her match against Aaron. So she's not out of it yet.
Alyssa needs a strike here to stay ahead of Carrie in her match.
There you go. So better frame from the Dream Crushers, 4 strikes there. But now they're going to sit here and watch the Avalanche kind of finish their frame. Seems like Alyssa found the side of the middle. She's just not getting some carries here because I believe she's got a few chop-offs and now back-to-back corner pins. So she's keeping the counts going at least. So that obviously helps for total and keeps her ahead in her match here. But with Carrie's strike there, it also lets him back in.
Her game is a lot, reminds me a lot of what Dexter was doing last game. You sit back and say they're throwing great. They're not opening. They're just not getting strikes. But here now she missed that spare. And again, that spare that she's just throwing out there, it's a little different when your opposition's already done and you know what's up there, you know what's posted. It puts a little extra pressure on that shot.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And again, dynamics of this pro league, right? Usually, when you're playing face to face or on the same set kind of thing, right? Sometimes some teams will go and just kind of fire, especially if they're playing well, and then some other teams will want to kind of play bowler versus bowler kind of thing, right? So it's up to the teams to decide what they want to do. It's just don't get a frame ahead. That's basically the only kind of rule we have in the 5-pin pro league here, is that don't get a frame ahead.
Yeah, and when you're playing on a team, sometimes that team dynamic, you got to have good communication because, just take, for example, you could have somebody like Dylan who might want to set the pace and might want to throw before Caitlin or Katie does, before Caitlin does because it's that thing. But if your leadoff bowler wants to be reacting and not setting the pace, you're never going to have that chance because your opponents are always going to be up and done before you even get up there. So sometimes, there's got to be, if I was bowling on that team and I was the second or third bowler, I might actually make a point of going up to the to the leadoff bowler and saying, you know what, one of these frames, if you can you set the pace? Because I want to try and throw my strike before my opponent does, type of thing. All that comes into play when you're playing these games.
Help, we lost cameras, but we just saw Dwayne there. You can see from his scoreboard that he's got a couple hit pins. And there's been a pull, I believe. We got Kevin Boyko going in for Dwayne in the anchor spot. So big pull. Whenever someone pulls their anchor, it's obviously, but obviously we saw, Dwayne struggling a little bit, with a couple hit pins. But with Adam's strike there, it put a little bit of a lead on that. So,
yeah, and their team total is still close. Like, they've got the marks going, but it's only 740 to 740 some. We're within 5 points. I do think that the Avalanche was probably looking for a reason to get Kevin in because he's a very emotional guy. Maybe they just want to get a lift from him and get that emotion going and see if that can make up the rest of the team.
Yeah.
I know last week I watched him come in and he played really well when he came in.
Yeah, Kevin, again, is one of those guys where, he's got a lot of experience and we know the caliber of bowler, but it's maybe one of those guys he's a new one, right? He's a new bowler to this Winnipeg team. Because he didn't play for the Snowmen last year, so he's joining the Avalanche this year. So it's fun that they were able to add that second team, and we get to see some new bowlers. And that's a big count for Brooke there because of Dexter's head pin there. That, she spares this with that 30 count. It gets her within 10 sticks going into 9-10. So. Yeah, and she's big spare coming up.
She's actually thrown five great balls. She's thrown 3 balls that could all be strikes, left corner pins on them, and she's spared them all. So that's a good throw.
There you go. We didn't even see her get that spare, but she got it. So props to Brooke for coming in, throwing some big 28 counts across the board there. So doing exactly all she can do. Obviously, she's clearly on the middle, just not carrying some corners here. So, but definitely keeping herself in the match.
Gotta watch out now. It's frames 8, 9, and 10. That kind of seems to be where Caitlin seems to be comfortable.
Yeah, we're seeing it again, right?
Great time.
Exactly. Big head pin from Carrie there. We'll see what Alyssa does when it gets to her turn. But that double from Caitlin is putting some pressure on Dylan maybe here to do something. So he pitches out. So that was his first miss in several frames. So maybe he's feeling that pressure a little bit as well. And he goes through the hole. So that's an opening for Caitlin, right? But Dylan's got to grip it down here and get that big extra 10 sticks for total because this is still very close. And those 10 sticks can go a long way, especially with the Dream Crushers not doing much other than Katie's or Caitlin's double going. So. There's the Gary Baird shot that we know.
That's what happened here on the Avalanche is kind of a manager's or coach's nightmare. You make your last pull, so you have no more pulls, and then you see somebody go by 3 times in a row, and you're like, oh. But
yeah, that
confidence in your bowlers, you're sure that they'll be able to turn it around and find it the next round.
So Alyssa goes up and misses there. So if she gets a mark, she actually takes the lead in her game here. So still a big mark. And with the Dream Crushers only having the 1 double and a strike there, that Will's double and Alyssa's spare and even Kevin going in at the bottom there, it's going to be a big 8th frame to finish for the Avalanche.
That was a very nice frame there for Alyssa because she had a chance last frame to take the lead in that match. And when she didn't spare the corner pin, she gave it to her opponent. And then Jerry went up there and plowed, so she has a chance again. And this time she makes a spare, so it's a very big moment for her. Yeah,
it's good. It's good for the psyche, right, to just stay that, okay, you know what, I missed, but to be able to get back up and throw that spare shot in an important situation because she's got the lead in her match now. So, and a great, massive, huge double from Will there to kind of keep up with the Dream Crushers because now the Dream Crushers with Adam's double at the bottom there, now they have 2 doubles heading into 9. So big shot from Will there to keep it close.
I'm wondering, I'd like to find out what Bill's thinking because he looks a lot more comfortable than he did last week. And last week he played fine, but there's a lot more pressure at the top of the lineup than maybe than there is getting down a little bit, a little lower in the lineup. He looks really comfortable there.
Yeah, no, he's played well all game too, right? So it's good. It's obviously good to see everybody play well. So, but especially some of these kind of newcomers that you haven't seen before, or whatever. It's nice to see them play well and basically show that no jitters, just ready to go, ready to get fired up for the team. And I love to see it. I love the excitement that people display on the lanes. I love the loud guys, and it makes it much more entertaining to watch. So a little bit of a miscue there from Kevin on the corner spare. So Adam stranglehold on that game. Kevin would have to strike out 9-10 to basically get to the 240 mark. And Adam's already sitting at 210 with 2 frames to go and also working on a double. So, but Kevin's got to keep it in line here and, think team total at the end of the day, right? So it's still a 23-pin game going into 9 and 10. A couple doubles for the Dream Crushers, 1 double for the Avalanche, and a couple spares. So fairly even, a little bit advantage Dream Crushers. Let's see what we do here in the 9th frame.
Yeah, when we say a little bit of advantage, it's only advantage if they actually do something on those doubles.
Exactly. Oh, there we go. Brooke gets her strike after 3 corner spares in a row. Dex, and actually, that makes that match real close, eh?
Before Dex.
Yeah, you're right there too.
So I'm anxious to see if Dylan goes up there and tries to throw before his bowler or not and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know what's Dylan's mindset after that 8th frame kind of thing, right? You go 5-hole kind of thing and let Caitlin right back in her match. I think it's bear down, deep breath here, and here comes Caitlin. And then Dylan punches.
That is not shocking. Like, when you have a frame where you miss and you go by 3 times, no matter how good you are, it's hard not to steer that next shot. You don't want to miss again. You just can't. And then next thing you know, you steer it right into a head frame.
All right, good job from Dylan here. But here come the Dream Crushers, right? Again, another kind of quick frame, 3 strikes up, 3 shots, 3 strikes. They got one of those doubles, Caitlin with a 45 count, and all of a sudden it's a 60-pin lead for the Dream Crushers, right? So,
that 9th frame's a foundation frame, and it looks like the Dream Crushers are building a pretty big one here.
Yeah, still not over. Still not over by any means. Whatever, we still have Alyssa that can, throw a big strike here to stay in her match or take the lead in her match. And Gary's still struggling to find the middle, it seems like. Another pitch out there to the right. And, that'll kind of leave Will in control of that 4-spot match. But this is a big shot for Alyssa. Doesn't get the push on the right corner, but a big count. Still needs to convert her spare here, especially with, Carey getting his strike in 9. So she wants to keep that little bit in her hand, but technically Carey strikes out for 260, and Alyssa would, if she goes spare strikeout in 10, she would get to 256. So technically the game is in Carey's hand at this point. But big spare for Alyssa. Keep it close. Keep it close. And yeah, if you look at the other matches, there's a lot of these matches are close, other than Adam's at the bottom. Adam and Will. Will for the Avalanche and Adam at the bottom kind of got their matches in the books kind of thing, but all the other 3 at the top can go either way.
This is a very big match for shot for Will for team total. You want to keep your team within distance, and you got the Avalanche on a few doubles. You need this one to stay with them.
Yeah, great shot by Will. Great shot, and great shot from Adam as well. He's clearly, if he's been rehabbing something or whatever, he's clearly came out guns a-blazing this second game because he's got a big score available there, and being that leader on that team, like he's been for the last several seasons. So,
yeah, this is
a big shot here for Kevin too, eh?
Absolutely, he needs something to work off. It'd be nice to free a strike, but he needs a money.
He needs a mark, and this way they can each have kind of 4 marks going into the 10th frame. And at this point, his match is out of hand kind of thing, but it's all about team total.
Absolutely.
Oh, I like the little freeze there, but it kind of just froze right on his fist pump to his team. So he's trying to get them fired up. So 10-12 to 977. So we have a 35-pin split here with 4 marks, a couple doubles on the Dream Crushers versus the one for the Avalanche. So another exciting finish for match number 2. There you go. Big shot from Dexter. I think we saw this exact same thing last game where Dexter got the first one. Let's see if Brooke can do the same. She gets it too. Great showing from Brooke coming off the bench.
Yeah, Dexter wasn't going to give her a chance to throw ahead of him again twice in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's all about pre-shot routine, right? So I'm, again, not familiar with Brooke and her speed, but she seems to be taking her time, and she's clearly shown that she's come off the bench and played amazing, 3 corner pin spares, a couple strikes, and now she's in her match. And now with Dexter missing here, this is a huge opportunity. Brooke with a strike here can probably win her match.
Well, and that could trickle down for the whole team. This is a very
absolutely. And Dexter just not wasting any time to going up for his spare to post a number. Looks like it's a little heavy there. What does Brooke do here? Nice shot from Brooke. Gets the turkey to come back and steal her match against Dexter in the leadoff spot. Wow, what a finish. Get that turkey out of the way here so we can see some scores. There we go. So, yeah, keep it on the lanes, Brooke, and, this should be going 1-0, but...
Yeah, all of a sudden, though, Caitlin with a miss there. Oh, she got the spare. I say she leaves a little bit of life left for Dylan. He's sitting there with a chance of getting up to 240. She can throw a ball here and maybe lock him out before he even gets a chance.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Dylan is still grinding for that 45 for team total, right? Because we're off air here. I don't know if they can hear us or not, but don't know what's going on. But it's going to come down to team total. I know it looks like the Dream Crushers had a little bit of a lead there before we got disconnected here. But and even Brooke hasn't even finished her frame yet, so it's an extra 15 points onto that total. So all the sticks are important coming down the line, but at least the Avalanche have set themselves up in the bottom 3 with some marks to hopefully bridge that gap.
We definitely have, I don't know if it's an internet problem or what, but we definitely...
Yeah, there's I'm sure there's some refreshing going on in the background right now. I see the pin setters moving a little bit on the Dream Crusher side and Caitlin going up. It's a head pin split. We got Carrie up there. Holy, what's happening here? So Brooke finished her frame, so she got a corner pin, so she got 245, so she won her match against Dexter, so that's the 1-0 lead there. Dylan went up, got his first strike, and Caitlin ended up getting a strike on her last shot for 251, so that'll go. The second match will go to the Dream Crushers, but Dylan trying to just add that extra 30 pins here in his last 2 shots to get that total close, because now the Dream Crushers are basically a bowler and a half ahead. Great shot from Dylan.
Alyssa just has to play solid here to now that Carey went up there and got his head split there.
Yeah, and now Gary and Gary's here bowling, and he's not really working on any marks, so we'll see what he does. But so far, after the first 2, it's a split, 1-1, and Alyssa, with a decent count here, will win her match against Carey as well, because Carey posted 208 with that head pin and 10. So, and another miss from Gary.
This shows you how big it's going to be for Adam to be on that double coming home.
Ooh, lots to keep track of, especially when the screens go blank like that, eh?
Absolutely.
Okay, great finish from Dylan. I had a struggle in 8 and 9 there. But grinded out a big 40 sticks for the team there, and almost had a chance. He only lost by 16, so it's a good job on staying with it for the team. And now the Dream Crushers are just kind of looking to go and post a big number here. Alyssa, a little practice slide. So I don't know if she had any issues on her previous slide, but just wanted to make sure. She probably knows that this is a big shot here. And this is also a big shot for Adam. He's on a triple here. Oh, great shot from Alyssa. Oh, power chop from Adam.
So that definitely favors the Avalanche now. They have control of this match if they can all throw that first mark on 10 with realistically. However, if Will goes up there and he happens to, get some unfortunate luck there, then there's still a chance here. But it's very interesting when knowing that
don't say it, Lenny. Don't say it. Yeah, that's the dynamic, and this is kind of the Dream Crushers' prerogative to control the way they play. And huge double from Alyssa there. Again, you look at their first three bowlers on the Avalanche side; all three of them have gotten the first two strikes in 10, and then the corner pin, chop off, so big counts in the 10th frame for the Avalanche. So great work there.
This is a lot like last week with the next gen. And they were in a tight match, and they went that 10th frame. Their first four bowlers all banged them. They threw 12.
Yes, I remember seeing that. That's right. Yeah,
that was game over, and it's kind of the same thing. The Avalanche, like I said, they don't have all turkeys, but they all got to their third shot, which is big.
Yeah, and they set up it up in the 9th as well, right? So they had 4 marks going into the 10th frame, and now they're making those marks count. And the game, like you said, the game is in their hand. They need a few good shots here from the bottom two, but the game is definitely up for grabs. So we have a 2-1 split after the first 3 games. Will win his match against Tim/Gary. So it will go 3-1 Avalanche. Well, it'll be 3-2. It'll be 3-2 Avalanche in individual matchups. So it's basically just total that we're kind of working on, because Adam will win his match against the Dream Crushers, or for the Dream Crushers against Kevin's game there, Kevin and Dwayne's anchor game. But see, there's the miss. There's the miss from there. So he needs a spare to count 20, if I'm not mistaken, to get them to 1175. Yeah. So big shot there from Will. And then they're at
1190.
Yeah, get them to 1190, and then that'll force Kevin to get a mark probably, right, in 10. He's
working on the strike, so he needs a count. The mark will definitely seal it up for him. But if he's coming in with 1190, he just needs that count, because he is doubling it on the next 2 balls.
Yeah, you're fair point there. So what they are at 1220. They got to get to 1221. Oh no, and a 3-pin.
That is a huge shot.
So he needs a mark here, because if he gets a mark here on his strike, he'll count that 30 count, which will bring him to 1208.
Yeah,
and then if he were to get a strike,
he's going to need to at least get 13 on the last ball then. But if he strikes, then
Oh, big shot, Kevin, coming off the bench for Dwayne, halfway through this game. Let's see what Kevin can do here. I expect a lot of emotion.
Just hope we get to watch it and it doesn't freeze up.
Oh, corner pin, so still in the game. Needs to make this spare. If he gets the spare, they get to 1208, like we said. And then he would need a corner pin to win by 1.
Absolutely, yeah.
So needs the spare. This is tense. A couple of good first matches here.
Shows you how important that 3-pin was for Will on that last ball.
Oh, he knows it. He knows it. Put it up right away. Out of his hand, he knew he had it. So now he knows what he needs.
If he does throw this strike or this corner pin here, you got to be wondering with the Dream Crushers, they played very well. They'd sit back and say we threw 2 good games. We probably averaged 260, 265 for the day, and we're coming away with 4 points.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's their 1220 is probably not to the Dream Crushers standards. They probably wanted a little bit more than that, but it's they were in the game, right? And they seemed like they had control, but the way the Avalanche finished here, I hope this camera doesn't freeze on Kevin's last shot here. So I really want to see that one. Oh, there. Oh, he got a head pin. Got a head pin. Dream Crushers win by 7. Sorry to our viewers who didn't get to see that shot, but you can see from the score there, he got a head pin 12-13 to 12-23.
Yeah, it's you always say a 5-3 ain't a it's not a bad loss at 3, but it's just what could have been. It came down to that last ball.
Yeah, and that's the same kind of result that the Avalanche got against the Regina team, the Regina team last time. So it's 5-3 split to the Dream Crushers. Dream Crushers get on the board with their first win of the season. So we'll bring in the managers and see get their thoughts. Holy. These are some exciting games. Victor, you're not going to have any hair left by the end of the season, buddy.
I keep it short for a reason.
Jeez, I guess we'll start with Winnipeg there. Winnipeg, great finish. Your first 3 bowlers throwing up doubles up there to get this match really, really close. Will even getting that spare and kind of bridging that gap with the Dream Crushers kind of finishing a little bit ahead of you guys kind of thing. So you guys obviously knew the number you guys had to get to. Unreal finish. So, a 5-3 split. Your thoughts, Robbie?
It was an exciting game. Again, we started off kind of stagnant. Not a lot of strikes at the beginning. A lot of hits like across the board. Just I don't know if it's nerves, but or we just like 3 points because that's what we got last game we played. I don't know. We'll figure it out hopefully by the next game.
Yeah, that's what Lenny was saying, or kind of in the middle of the game or late in the game. It was a lot of letters kind of coming out of the Winnipeg side. A lot of chops, a lot of corners. Yeah. Brooke comes off the bench and then does 3 corner pins in a row and then throws a triple to kind of steal her match from Dexter. Yeah. So great move there, great showing from her. Even Kevin trying to get that last match or that total at the end was so close, right? And Will played well all game too. So.
Yeah, a lot of close calls on the corners all across the match. I mean, some of those were a little bit maybe leaning a little bit, but the rule now where down pin. So I mean, a lot of things we could change, but it was a great match. It was hats off to the Dream Crushers. That was an exciting game.
Don't say that to the average pros because they're always going to say that's down.
Yeah.
Victor, obviously, first win of the season. In the books, maybe not as ideal as you guys would expect from the Dream Crushers, but a 5-3 win nonetheless. Thoughts from the manager's side?
It was a bit of a tougher one, but easier to make the polls because those who were struggling were all struggling, and then it made it a little bit easier on that side. When they kind of look back and give it the eyeball, it's like, yeah, okay, you're on the same page as me, let's do it. So, we noticed a lot of kind of a consistent theme from the first game was a lot of missing again, a lot of 5s and spares and stuff like that, which again we just bring it up because it's so uncharacteristic from the Dream Crushers to do that. So but again, we're able to grind it out, found a way to win. Might not have been the way you guys wanted to get there, but you guys are on the board. So you guys got 5-2 to start the season, so 7 points in the bank. And first 2 games of the season are done. Yep. Now just
all right, so there you go. Well, all the best to you guys and the Dream Crushers. Best of luck this weekend. Winnipeg, you guys are next, or you guys played the last?
No, we got a gap, and then we play.
You got a gap?
Yeah.
Right on. So we'll bring back. We'll bring back. We'll cut the commercial. We'll bring up our next matchup for game number 3 this week.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Come on, guys.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3, match number 3 of week number 4 of the Pro League coming up. Got the Calgary Carnage versus the Dakota Dynamite that we saw in our first match today, coming off against Dream Crushers 2. So we got our back end folk going to bring in our managers for match number 3. There's Jim from the Dynamite, and I believe Jeff from the Carnage. Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome.
Welcome. So, week number 4, match number 3. So, we got the Carnage as the away team today. So, Jeff, how's everybody feeling today as they're gearing up for, is this your 3rd match of the season, I believe?
Yeah, it's our 3rd match, and I think everybody's feeling good. It's not the start we wanted, but we're definitely geared up, ready to go, and looking forward to throwing some games here today.
Right on. And Jim, you guys had a little bit of a break during that second game there. So everybody was staying warm, I'm assuming. And any big changes coming for the second match?
Well, I'm getting Randy into the lineup and taking Max out. He's not going to be eligible today. So other than that, the same guys we finished with. So
same guys. So all right. So Lenny, any words for the managers?
I'm just hoping to see another great game. I know the Carnage started out with some trouble there the last 2 matches, and they're really hungry for a win. And I just want to see if the Dakota can keep the roll going that they had going. They had a good game to watch that first game and see if it continues on.
Yeah, the first 2 games actually were really close matches. So hopefully you guys can do the same thing for us here. It keeps the commentators invested in this there. So without further ado here, we'll give Jeff an opportunity to put out his lineup as the away team for the Carnage.
Yeah. So, we're going to start with Kelsey, and then Bobby, Brad, Rob, and then Derek. And then we've got Tracy and Carrie sitting on the bench, ready to go.
All right. And Jim, I know you mentioned a few kind of tweaks there. So go ahead with your lineup, sir.
We're going to start with Chad, and then Randy's getting in, and then Jana, Aaron, and Scott, and Tyler and Andrea on the bench.
We're on the bench. All right. So we'll let our back end team switch over to the camera views. Good luck, coaches, and good luck to your bowlers. Let's have a good game.
Good luck. Good luck. See you guys.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck. All right, let's get our ugly mugs off of there. We'll pull up the lineups here. We'll let Lenny go first here and announce our friends at the Calgary Carnage.
Calgary Carnage, we got Curtis Kaplan with Kelsey Wilkin, Tracy Smith, Brad Wilkin, Bobby Kite, Rob Wolfson, Derek Dobbs, and Kerry Snyder. And being managed by Jeff Wilson, and they're bowling at a top level.
Excellent. And the Dakota Dynamite coming back for game number 2 today. Max Gibson, Tyler Van Dale, Chad Van Dale, Jana Van Wallingham, Randy Morissette, Scott Barber, Andrea Alica, Aaron Alblas, and managed by Jim Llewellyn, bowling out of Dakota Lanes. So here we go. There you go. Great job to our graphics in the background. Smooth transition. So a couple changes from the Dakota Dynamite side, like coach manager Jim mentioned. Going to start with Chad at the top, which I believe he went in for. I don't remember who is at the top anymore.
Max.
Short to remember. Max. That's right, Max. Max was playing well. Had a couple head pins there, but Chad came in and played well. Let's see if we have a little bit of a lull to start. The last couple of games we've watched, and I'd like to say it's kind of common in the pro league, right, is to get a feel for the game, get a little bit of positioning. We haven't seen any big monster starts where guys or girls are throwing, 3-4 strikes to start or anything like that. It's been very much a feeler, kind of get the wrinkles out kind of thing. But as I say that, the Dynamite started up with 2 strikes. So
It doesn't look like that power break has hurt them anyway as of yet.
Yeah, that's, again, one of those things that, the Dakota Dynamite team played the first match in week 4 this morning. So they sit for an hour. What do? Have a drink together, keep warm, watch the other game playing. You don't see that too often. And like when you're playing these types of events, like open styles, usually, unless you got to buy and stuff like that, you don't tend to sit too often. But, yeah, something to keep in mind, and it's interesting to see what certain teams do in between matches. There you go. Bobby Kite throws a great shot there to keep the game going here. A great start from Dakota. Lots of marks so far. Great shot from Aaron there. Aaron coming off a nice 300 game in the first match against the Dream Crushers. Brad Wilton. Look at this.
Yeah, we might be in line for some big scores. It'd be great to see a couple 14 or 1500s going. That would be very exciting.
Hey, I just wanted the game to come down to the 10th frame. That's just the exciting part. It can, but obviously you like to see big scores too, right? Look at this. Look at this. Jeez, we don't even have to say anything. Just watch this strike and appreciate what we're watching here. Great start to the game here for both teams so far. And Derek Dobbs in the anchor spot for the Carnage. So I know Derek is new to the Carnage team. So obviously not new to the bowling scene. I think Derek Dobbs is fairly well known. And look at that start. 5 strikes for the Dynamite, 4 for the Carnage, and a corner spare. So odd man out for Kelsey there, but great start from both teams.
This is, I think, what you expect to come from teams. It just doesn't always happen. But everybody that's out there bowling is more than capable of getting on rolls.
Yeah. A little bit of a stopper there, a little bit of a head pin to slow the momentum down for the Carnage. It's okay. Fairly early. If you're going to get those head pins, you want to get them early in the game.
they don't do a lot of damage in those first 1 or 2 frames. It's you start getting them in the middle and the end of the game, and it can be catastrophic.
Yeah. And we just saw the invisible Chad throw a double there, so great job from Chad. Need a little refresh on the cameras, maybe a little bit of a lag going on, so I'm sure our background team is working on that to make sure we get a smooth streams here. But again, every individual team here has their own kind of streaming kind of equipment and stuff like that. So depending on the Wi-Fi and the internet connections, we definitely do the best that we can. And I know the teams are working with us as well to ensure that they have a good setup from their lanes as well.
Well, after starting out with a Team 6-bagger, Randy pops the first headpin to give the Dynamite the first open thing.
Yeah, you hate to be that guy, but what is happening there? There you go. Bobby Kite picks up Kelsey there after that headpin. So Carnage will look to follow in Bobby's footsteps. And that's the important role of a second spot bowler as well, right? If your first bowler is struggling, it's important to get that second guy to try to pick up that slack as well. So, and not necessarily slack. She got a headpin. She was there kind of thing. And with her corner spare, you kind of fire up the team in that 2-hole as well. Great shot from Jana there. Again, picking up from Randy's headpin.
She threw a solid game that first match. And looks like she's off at it again.
Yeah, this is much much better start than we've seen in their first couple matches. Strikes galore. Strikes across the board for everybody. Pull the Oprah Winfrey meme and you get a strike. Everybody gets a strike.
Well, I want to see. I don't care if I'm doing the commentator's curse or not. I want to see how many frames we can go without having to miss on the middle, because these teams look locked in.
Yeah, I like it. And we had our fair share of misses in the first couple games there, so it's nice to see them pounding the middle here. Yeah. And look at that, Carnage coming out of the gate with 4 doubles.
Yeah, if you're gonna have 2 openings, or people not marking, you might as well have it all in one spot and get the rest of them rolling. And the Dynamite can very well answer with 3 doubles of their own.
Yeah, and Aaron's shot was, it was a good shot. It got tapped on the left corner there, but, oof. Lane's a little bit too long there.
Yeah.
Yeah, first mistake, and it's still early kind of thing. They're still well within their match, but then when you look across the board there and you see a team with 4 doubles, probably, again, too early to press kind of thing, but it's like, okay, well, we got to keep going here because you got to assume, I don't know what the rule of thumb is, but when you got 4 doubles, you got to probably expect that 50% of them are hopefully going to keep going, but hopefully you never know. You never know.
Yeah, I would think that same thing, yes. If I'm the opposition, I'm hoping they only have 2 going. If I'm the team on the 4-bagger, you're praying that we can get 3 of them going.
Exactly. And great shot from Scotty. So 3 doubles, good answer from Dakota.
You don't often say after in the second frame that's a big shot, but you know what? The way the team total and the way the Carnage has their game set up, that was a big shot for Scott. They really needed that to stay with them.
Yeah, and it's so huge in the early goings of the game, and it's just a different start than we've seen. So I don't even know how to approach it at this point, but it's fun to see. We all love strikes. Look at this, Kelsey strike, Chad another strike. So that's one of the doubles for the Dakota team that's going to carry on. So advantage to them already with putting 1 in the bank. Let's see what the Carnage can do here coming up with their first double. And our faces are on.
Great ball by Randy.
Yeah. They haven't missed the middle yet. I don't care about the announcers.
Wow, great shot there by Bobby. We're going to have one heck of a match here.
This is unreal. Good start. Great half by Randy there.
I think the Carnage might be trying to outdo what the Top of Roses did last week, shooting They had 2 huge games, and of course, one of them they didn't actually get the win because of we were talking about the finish that the next gen did with their 12 strikes in the 10th inning.
Yeah. That's that game Tyler shot that 400 against Parker's like 360 or 370 or something like that.
Yeah, it was incredible to watch. Yeah.
And that's what you want to see. We all know these bowlers can bowl those big games, but it's always fun to see it on camera, on a game day, and when it matters, kind of thing, right? So it's fun to watch. So great shot from Brad there, getting tapped on the corner pin, but picks up his spare. So Jana is the unfortunate recipient of the first miss of the day or the game.
Yeah. Looks like she owes a round of drinks to her team.
But she'll.
Robbie.
Jeez.
Robbie said, "Anything you can do, I can do better."
So see Robbie just gripping the ball and ready on the lanes before the shield even comes up. He's like, "I want to fix that mistake." Does he fix it? And he gets tapped on the 2-pin. But anyways, better count on that double. But like we said, they had 3 double. They're gone through 3 doubles to start the game, and only Bobby's been able to keep her going. So if you're the Dakota Dynamite, you're like, okay, we got that 50% mark, even if Darren gets his. And Scotty's going to be looking to get 2 triples going for them as well, with Chad having his. So very close match, 328 to 314. Tons of marks out there. Does he get the push on the corner? No. Looked like a good shot from Scott, so a great count. Got to keep the marks going because that's, you can have another clean frame here. Marks all the way down, and ideally that's what you want. Oh, there we go. Solid. On the nose, he says. On the nose.
I tell you what, when you shoot and you get a break like that, you get that corner to fall, I'm telling you right now, I'm calling right now, the next frame is going to be a strike. Chad
grabbed this ball. I hope he's not ready to go because the Carnage have not finished their frame yet, so Chad cannot throw until the Carnage finishes their frame. Oh, little thin spare from Derek there, but keeps a good start, 70 after 2, so still within 3 from Scott's count there. So great frame from both teams, 4 marks for the Carnage, but they were only able to keep the 1 double out of the 4, and Chad was able to keep his double going. So it's pretty even matchup so far. Oh, great shot. Look at Chad fired up.
Chad has been locked in all day. He came in only for 5 frames that last game or 4 frames, and he was solid in all them and started out perfect here.
And great shot from Kelsey too to answer back. A little hop in her step there after burying that one. So gets the double to at least match Chad's double from a total pinfall standing and to keep close in a match too.
Tell you what, this
Randy.
This is looking like a match that you're on the bench, get comfortable and enjoy the match.
Just enjoy the show.
Everybody's coming out. Everybody's throwing it.
Enjoy the show. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a fun match to watch when you're on the bench and your team's rolling like that. I have no problems watching when my team's rolling. So there you go. So that's a big head pin for the Carnage there because that was their only kind of double work in there. So they've officially, well, now Kelsey has hers, I guess. But so that, Chad keeping his ham bone going. By the way, we didn't announce that. So ham bone for Chad. And Bobby there going to try to clean up his most wood as possible. Oh, looks like Janet got away with one there. She wasn't too sure on that one, but got the late push on the left there. So another big, massive counts too, right? Like, even when you get your 5 spare, now you're counting your 30s, right? You're counting your 28s on your corner spares for Randy. So those all add up when it comes to total at the end. And that's something that we didn't see like from the Dream Crusher side last couple games where they were getting 5s, a lot of 5s and 5 spares and stuff like that. So definitely adds up. Brad, silky smooth there. Big shot. And Aaron still firing away.
Yeah, this is just enjoyable to sit back and watch.
We might just sit back and watch and just let the bowling do its talking on its own. That's from a team perspective, 10 marks in a row for the Dakota Dynamite. Always like to see big team strings like that. It keeps the momentum going. It's okay. Scotty looked a little bit like he wanted that one a little bit too much. Maybe got a little bit quick and pushed it out to the left there. I'm sure he'll make the correction here and hopefully put up another mark and another clean frame for the Dakota Dynamite. Oh, gets tapped. The penalty shot.
Yeah.
Yep. It's okay. Still got a good start to his game. He'll be sitting at 108, assuming he picks up this 2-pin here. So still that 260, 270 pace that you want to, the elite bowlers tend to be at kind of thing. So still well on track. Good start. And with Derek's miss there, even if he spares here and gets a strike, he's still within striking distance of his match against Derek. So great first half from both teams here. As we head into the fifth frame and before the commercial break. So
we've had ourselves 40 frames, 40 attempts at that middle, and we've only had 3 misses. So they're all locked in. They're all looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a different start than we've seen in the other games so far. But it seems like they're kind of finishing at around the same time. So the pace of play seems to maybe a little bit quicker as well. But obviously they're throwing a lot of strikes too, so that might help as well. Chad, Yahtzee to start the game. Kelsey with a little bit of a...
There's definitely some momentum going in the Dynamite's way with the way the marks are forming and the doubles are forming. This is where, Carnage has to make sure they finish off, get marks. They don't have to strikes, but you just have to stay with them and try and write it out.
Get those big 30 counts. See, like a big 5 spare there is huge, right? Because it gets that 30 count. And if you look at the totals now, 569 to 530, you're within 30 pins. So that's, 2 balls or 1 ball kind of thing, right? Like it's still very close. So they just kind of got to keep matching. And then with the experience that the Carnage have, we all know that, when it comes down to 8, 9, 10, that these guys can throw just as good as anybody else. And Dakota is the same way too. They're all experienced as well.
Yeah, there's no timeouts in bowling, but if there was, I guarantee you the Carnage would be looking at taking one after this frame. So this crucial break is going to stop right at the perfect time. And it's not like they're playing bad. It's just that your opponents look like they're on a roll. So you'd like to do anything you can to maybe try and get them to slow down.
Yeah, because they're like you said, the Carnage are definitely looking for a break here. The Dynamite might not be looking for a break because they're potentially can get to that 600, 700 or 700 point mark, halfway through a game, which is massive. That head pin obviously slows that down a little bit, but they're still over 600. They can potentially get to that 650, 660 mark after 5. So the Carnage are just trying to keep it close, get the break, and then come out firing after the break. And hopefully the break slows down the Dynamite a little bit.
Very interesting. Bobby started out with the 3-bagger. Randy's only thrown 1 strike, but he's ahead in the match. He's kept everything black. He has, he had the 1 head pin. Bobby had 1 head pin, and it's amazing how you sit back and think one guy's got 3 strikes, the other guy's got 1. The guy with 3 strikes must be well ahead. Nope.
Yeah, so Jana and Brad there in a 3-hole, both kind of get head pins in the 5th frame. So that match will be very close as well, heading into the second half. So you see that missing that 3-pin is, so huge because that's like a 6-point switch there, right? Because you're not going to pick it up for your 15 and you miss the count on that strike. So
that's back-to-back shots for Aaron that looked like to me they were going to be head pins. They were really tight.
They were very.
He's got some good roll on that ball.
Even his reaction, right? You can tell that, when he kind of gets away with one or something like that, that he's got that big fist bump. But huge shot though, right? That gets that turkey going. Gets almost a stranglehold on his match against Robbie here because he'll be up, 30, 40 sticks at the least. And then Scotty there. So another good frame from the Dynamite. Another 4 marks, 2 doubles working. And well, technically 1 5-bagger and 1 triple working. So 682 after 5 frames. So that's a huge score. Plus all those marks working. So the Carnage, Derek's got to get this 30 count here to make the total kind of within striking distance, but also to give them a, hopefully a little bit of a positive note heading into the break, and then hopefully they can start swinging in the second half.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is one time where I think the commercial is going to be perfect. And I'm sure the Carnage is going to get together as a team, have a talk about how they're playing well. There's no reason to panic, and let's,
Yep. That's the important part. Oh no. Wide right.
And that'll quiet a room down in a hurry.
Yeah, and Derek's right back up there, wants to fix this mistake. So is that the good thing or the bad thing? Sometimes you tend to rush it a little bit and then overcompensate, and then you push it to the left like that. So it's a tough finish to the frame for the Carnage. But they're at 600 after 5. Yeah.
Yeah, right now they're going to be within about 80. You sit back and say that's close, but it's that doesn't tell the whole story, because it's the marks that are working that you have to worry about.
Yeah, and a couple doubles on the Dynamite side could be the difference here. But anyways, very early, great start from both teams. We'll let our background team head to commercial, and we'll catch you all in a couple minutes.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
All right. We're back for the second half of match number 3. Dakota Dynamite. Big start to this game. And the Carnage throwing some good scores as well, but trailing by about 80 pins going into the second half.
Kelsey's wasting no time at all to get up there and try and set that pace and get her team going.
Great shot. Yeah. Chad. Six-pack. Six-pack alert.
I think it's safe to say that he's feeling it.
So, yeah, great shot from Chad there. Obviously, the break did not slow him down by any means. Comes out, throws a bomb. Kelsey does what she needed to do as well and try to get her team fired up for a big second half here. Because if Chad's shot there is any indication of what they're going to do, they're going to keep firing. Oh, a little backdoor trip there from Bobby on the Carnage side. A little late fall on that right corner pin.
Randy looked a little fast there. He had to catch his balance at the line, but he still came through with a strike.
Yeah, great shot from Randy there. It keeps him within his game as well. So now he's only trailing by 3 from Bobby, and they're both working on strikes. So, look at this. Carnage making a run here, but problem is Dakota's doing the same thing. Oh, that was a sweet shot from Jana. Just kind of curled right into that right pocket. Great shot. And now she's trailing by 2 as well. So 3 pins between Randy and Bobby, and then 2 pins between Brad and Jana. So some close matches there.
This is the first time I think we might be able to see a move here if Randy doesn't get the spare here. I just think the way that the Dynamite's going, I don't think that Carnage can wait too much longer.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Jeff does with his pulls and his pull management. And another one from Aaron where he gets away with it.
Those are all the same shots, yeah.
Pretty thick. So Aaron with his own ham bone, trying to keep up with, trying to join his teammate Chad up there. So throwing tons of strikes again. Yikes, what a game so far. 8-17 after 6 with a ball to play. And 2 doubles and 2 other strikes. And like you said, you keep saying, the Carnage aren't playing bad. Just tough to make up ground when the other team is chucking all these strikes at you. Looks like a better shot from Derek. So a little bit of a, refresh or a little bit of a reboot after that last frame. He's got 2 corners standing here, but I'm assuming he's just aiming for the right corner instead of doing the re-rack. Here we go. So good spare from Derek. And a good half from Bobby from Scotty, to take a little bit of a lead in his match against Derek.
And I see we got the message that Kerry is going to come in for Rod. You can see him warming up over on L1 there. So they have to move there, and hopefully that works out. What's your thoughts, Lenny, when it comes to pulls? Do you like pulling mid frame, or do you like to just let the new bowler come off a fresh set of pins, kind of thing? I would think if I'm going in, I'd like to be having a fresh set of pins. However, that's with open rules where you're not warming up. When you're not warming up on the side, I think you throw that out the window. I think you pull them whenever you want. Mid frame is fine as long as that person's coming in as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Some coaches will do it mid-frames, and then some coaches will give them a fresh kind of set, whatever. But like you said, it's a different dynamic from your standard open play where you're able to practice off to the side kind of thing and stay warm. So yeah.
If I was coming in and it's somebody like with Kelsey here, if she just punched a head pin, by all means, I'd like to come in and throw for that third shot because to me, it's not the pins that are important. It's important to get your timing, your feet under you, just the right footwork. So, I would be hoping that, it's a little different if you're coming in and you're trying to still make a spare or something like that. That's a little more pressure. But if it's just a third shot, great time to bring somebody in.
Yeah, I agree. I tend to try to bring people in as well to get that, like you said, even if it's that one shot or even like you said, if it's a head pin to go get that cleanup where it's not going to hurt the team too much, whatever, even if, you leave a couple pins on the deck, whatever, it's not the end of the world, but the importance of getting that timing and that rhythm is important. But Chad missed there, so he missed. So his pitch failure is over, but does get the pitch out spare there to keep the marks going for the Dakota Dynamite, which is now at 2-5-1, so 8 marks in a row as a team. Bobby does not get away with that corner pin there. He looks like he tried to get it, will it to fall, but stayed up. And Randy's been playing well as well because like he's got 4 corner pins in his last 5 frames, and he's spared them all. So 912 to 748. So it's 164 pin difference. And there's still a lot of marks for the Dakota side. So it is advantage Dakota here. But there is some individual matches that are still in play here. And we all know the Carnage could come back with some string of strikes of their own. But they need to get started now because they're running out of frames heading into 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, when your opponents are on a roll and you're struggling, that game gets eaten up pretty quick, and all of a sudden you realize you don't have any time left.
Yeah, and like it seemed like that total was, you know, was what 80 pins or something at the break, and all of a sudden now it's 160, so it's doubled in a matter of 2 frames. But that's again because Dakota's been clean ever since the break. You know, no open frames. They've strung strikes together, put some big 30 counts up on the board, and they're just not giving up. See, that was a much better shot there. That was an explosion there for Aaron's Yahtzee. And, you know, Aaron shooting that 300 game in the first match, you know, that 1 hour break in between clearly has not affected him.
Well, he could very well be on a 7-day here. That was a great ball. He should have shot in the second frame to leave it up.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Carry off the bench.
Really good.
Yeah, smooth carry off the bench. Tough situation for him to come into, right? You get dropped into the 4 spot, and the other guy's got, you know, $180 after 5 on a double. So, again, just trying to bridge that gap in total. But now the lead has gotten up with that Scottish strike there. The lead is 230 pins. So Dakota is piling it on. 12 marks in a row. They got 2 doubles working, another clean frame. It's a big score coming up potentially here. And the Carnage, 800. You know, they don't have any, you know, it's not a terrible score by any means, but they need to get some marks going here. And they're going to need to find a way to win those close matches. You know, in the 2 spot, you know, you got Bobby and Randy, you know, with 3-pin difference, both working on a spare. You know, Bobby with the 3-pin advantage, so it's important for him to keep that one. But now that I'm looking at it, it's like, you know, you got the 3-hole, you got Jana with the double, you know, over Brad Wilton there. You know, if she gets the next one, that's a stranglehold, and for her, Aaron's got a stranglehold. Scott's got a good lead. Chad, massive lead. This could be a...
Derek needed that just to stay within reach of Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, it's this can be a big, like this can also be a good opportunity for the Dynamite, right? The Dynamite, you know, they just took 6 against the Dream Crushers, and you know they might be looking for another, you know, 6, 7 kind of thing, right? It's could be a big shift in the season here. And like you said, you know, we've been seeing a lot of 5-3s and you know, not too many like 6-2s, 7-1s. So for a team to come in and get that 6 spot or 7 spot, it's huge.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Chad,
Kelsey's got a 302 sitting there. She could bang out, but she's already pretty much locked out.
She shut out, pretty much shut out already. Unreal. Oh, well, see, there's an opportunity for Bobby here to take that stranglehold in his match now that Randy's kind of punched. And I'm wondering if Bobby saw that to the corner of his eye or something. I don't know. But this is a big shot for Bobby now.
Yeah, the Carnage is at the point now where they just got to throw, and you know, they got to sit there and hope. They got to hope that this, you know, Randy got an opening. Well, sometimes momentum goes both ways. Negative momentum can affect the team too. And next thing you know, you could have the next 2 or 3 bowlers plowing, and all of a sudden say, well, there's a little bit of sunlight. We got a chance of getting back in this game. But they're at the point now where they need help from the Dynamite.
Yeah, Bobby's body language after he's shot his last couple corner pins are kind of like body language of like disappointment. So I'm not sure if he feels like he's throwing a good shot and just not getting the breaks, or if he's shooting a bad shot. I don't know. I don't know Bobby enough to tell.
I think it's more of realizing that the game is getting out of hand and you need everything.
Yeah,
and,
that's fair as well.
Yeah.
Jana with another one. So Jana takes like control in her match there against Brad. There, Brad does get his strike in 8 to stay in it. Still not over by any means, but with Jana's triple working there, she's sitting at 180 after 6 with a double working. So she's sitting at least 210 plus her next ball. So she's gonna have almost a 40 pin lead there with only a few frames left. Oh, carry looked a little thin on the left there, but got the carry. No pun intended.
Well, Aaron's been throwing nothing but bombs, and I think he's going to be freewheeling. He's got to be feeling it pretty good.
Look at this, a little sweeper to the left. Yeah, 6-pack, another 6-pack, 2 6-packs in the one game for the Dynamite here. So that's like another match where that basically shuts out Rob and Carrie. Not officially, Carrie still got like 290 left, but with Aaron sitting at 268 with 2 frames to go and marking on a double. If I was a betting man, it would be Aaron.
Scotty can take this game out for 348, and he's second lowest on his team.
This is unreal. Another strike from Scotty. Yikes. So 3 doubles heading into 9 for Dakota, which are already sitting at about 1,200, 1185 after 8. And we got 910 from the Carnage. So you're looking at 275 pin difference. So again, I don't think total is going to be too much in play getting down the line here, but we got to keep the individual matches close. I think is the intent for the Carnage here, and hopefully steal a few points.
Carnage won the last frame, but they just didn't get any help from. They didn't get any help from the Dynamite. The Dynamite is locked in.
Yeah. The only miss, the only open frame that they have in the second half of the game is Randy's headpin in the 8th frame. So it's been a very clean game from Dakota, and you can tell from their scores, and they're clearly feeling it. So obviously they've made some changes over in the off season, and they seem to be paying dividends today, anyways. Great shot from Bobby there. So that kind of takes control of his match as well against Randy. Randy still maxes out at 279 with a couple good frames, but Bobby's put that little bit of pressure on him. So Randy needs a strike here to give himself a chance, I think. Yeah, and a great shot.
I think the Carnage realizes they are playing. They're playing decent enough. They just come up against a really hot team, and they know they've got another game to come. They got to make sure that they find their game and get ready for the next match. They've still got individual points here to fight for in this match, but you want to, you're playing good. You don't want to get so disgusted that you start throwing the bad ball.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the Calgary have another spare. I'm assuming they have another pull to do. Like, is this an opportunity for the coach to get that other guy on the bench, some playing in an actual game setting, or at this point just letting them practice on the side is plenty enough kind of thing, and potentially bring them into the next game.
Yeah, they definitely have Tracy sitting on the bench, and you know what kind of talent she is. So yeah, they might look at a chance to maybe get her in and swing somebody.
Yeah, because there's a few games here that are clearly out of line. Like Jana's already clinched her match. She's sitting at 264. Brad's got a max of 254. Aaron's already not mathematically done yet, but we'll see what Carey does here. Nope, doesn't get away with that one on the left. So now that match is done. So yeah, very interesting. Like you said, Carnage aren't playing bad. They kind of just ran into a buzzsaw, and when you run into a buzzsaw like that, and you need the only thing you need is strikes. So as soon as you get a corner, which might be a good shot or a good result, you're disappointed, right? It's like,
Yeah, you start telling yourself you didn't throw a great ball, even though you did. Or you start telling yourself, I'm getting robbed. And either way, none of those are productive,
Yeah, as you put yourself in a bad mindset, right? Getting into the game, so it's but yeah, fun. Like still a fun game to watch. Like watching Dakota ripping it up here is fun to see. Aaron wanted to keep his streak going there, but gets a little bit of a stopper there. So, but like I said, he's already clinched his game. The Dakota Dynamite sitting at nearly 1,300 after Aaron's frame here. Well in line to post a big number. So, and they shot 1350-ish or so as well in the first match. So a couple.
I think they're about 1370 because I believe
I think the Dream Crushers had 1350, right, and they won by 20 or so.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, two great games here from the Dakota Dynamite today. So maybe making a little bit of a statement, I'd even say. Like this has been an impressive couple games to watch. So we have to keep an eye out for the Dynamite. I don't believe they made the playoffs last year, so they're going to try to improve on their results from last season. And that's a big shot from Derek. It makes Scott, keep Scott honest here, right?
Absolutely, but still, you're at the point now where you're looking for any kind of daylight you can. So you sit back and say we're sitting with a chance of getting 1 point, but we know this gives us a chance at maybe 2, and it might be a long shot, but that's a big difference. That's what's going to decide if you make the playoffs or not. Is when you turn those 1 point games into a 2 point game.
Well, yeah, because you go from a 7-1 split, that's a 6 point spread, versus a 6-2, and it's only a 4 point spread. So those individual points are almost worth like 2 points each because it's a 2 point swing either way from a team perspective, right? So, but Scotty answers the bell once again. Another great shot, and keeps that 41 pin lead going into 10. So Kelsey here just trying to, finish her game. She's played very well. A couple of head pins are really her only hiccups, her only opens. So, great game. Just ran into Scotty or Chad Van Dale here. And there you go. He finishes off with his own head pin. So he cleans up for, a 340. And Kelsey could bag out for a 300. So pretty close match.
Yeah, you got to tell yourself 300. I went 11 for 12, and I didn't miss a spare. But
there's so
great match.
Good game. Yeah. It's there's so many ways to get to those scores, right? Like Chad, starts off with a 6-bagger, and then still gets a few marks kind of coming in and whatnot, and posts a great game at 340, and then you got kind of Kelsey. Like she would have bagged out for she would have had that string of 5 to get to that 300 mark, but there's so many different ways to get to those big scores. So you just got to know and have that faith in yourself that there's always a chance, right? There's different ways to getting there. You don't need to shoot 6-baggers and all that to get to those big games. You just got to keep it clean and stay positive and stay focused on your game and trust yourself.
This is a very, very important ball here. This Bobby's got right now. He's got control of his match, but he needs to win this match. This is good for his team psyche.
Oh, and Randy throws that bomb. So do you think, this is the situation? Is Bobby watching? You see Carrie kind of looking to the right there, so I'm wondering if they have a monitor up or something on the right-hand side. But like you said, Bobby, an important shot because this is a match that Randy could come back and win.
Yeah, and that would just be devastating for the team,
Mm-hmm. And you see it a lot. You see it a lot in opens and in these formats. Is that a 3-pin? Oh, you got 5.
Yeah.
So if Bobby goes spare strike here, he sits at 277. Randy bags out here for 279. So the game is in Randy's hand with one big shot here. Oh, Jesus. Great shot.
And, Randy hasn't really carried strikes the whole game, but next thing you know, he's on a 3-bagger now, and he needs them all for this next one.
And Bobby needs a spare.
Whether we get the spare.
All right. Bobby got his spare, so he did what he had to there. So now Randy can basically shut him out here with a strike. If he hangs a corner, Bobby would need a strike to tie. So I don't know if Randy's watching here or we're just waiting for his ball. Maybe waiting for his ball, but he looks like Bobby's going to head up first here. Hopefully Bobby can put some pressure on Randy. And all right, great shot from Bobby. Yep. So now Randy needs a strike to win by 2 or a corner to tie. Oh, gets the head pin to finish. Great finish from Randy to put some of that pressure on Bobby. Bobby came through and threw that strike first. So again, Randy kind of waited a little bit between his second and third shot and 10 there. So I don't know if it was just waiting for the ball or what, but maybe you wonder, should he have went first and put the pressure on Bobby first? But at the end of the day, 1-1. Good win for Bobby there.
Well, the Dynamite is just locked in. They're going to be looking at a team average of over 280 today for the 2 games.
Yeah, unreal bowling. And their low man last game was at 247 or 250, and everybody's already over that score already. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 247 or 252.
And this looks like it's probably, well, we don't want to count out Derek versus Scott at the bottom, but at least 6-2 for the Dynamite with the potential to go 7-1. So again, we're just going to wait for the anchor spots here. But as Jana finishes up her great game here as well, other than the head pin and the blip in 9 with the missed corner, posting a 300 game. Great bowling from everybody on the Dynamite today. Even Randy, he didn't bowl the first game. Comes in off the bench, shoots a solid 269.
Yeah, and he's going to be the only one not to shoot a 3. Like you said, everybody that plays that
yeah, you're right.
They're all shooting 3s this game. Yeah.
And you see the Carnage are still going to post a 12 and a half, depending on how Derek finishes, which is not a terrible, team total by any means. A lot of times that might be good for a total, but you're going to bowl 1250 and potentially lose by 200-300 pins here. That just shows how hot the Dynamite are right now.
It's early in the season, but I've got to say it, for the Carnage this next game, it's a must win. They've kind of been steaming for 3 games in a row, for 3 teams in a row that have just got super hot against them. They haven't played terrible, but they need to step up and win this next game. It's an important one for them. And that being said, they're playing a Winnipeg team that's going to be very. They need it just as well too. They've went 3-3.
Yeah, so the Carnage had played 2 games and they had only taken 4 points. And here they're going to be grinding out to get a second point. They're going to rely on Derek to finish that game and hope for some help from Scott. But they're potentially, if they sit with the 1 right now, they'd only have 5 points after the first 3 matchups. Yeah. And like you said, with the Avalanche, the Avalanche, they are 3-3, so they have 6 points after 2 matches. So they'd be already ahead of the Carnage. So this next match be very important for sure when it comes to the standings. There'll be, again, 2 teams looking for their first win. So someone's going to get their first win in the next match. And with Derek's miss there, that kind of seals that one up, I think.
It does, yeah. And now if Aaron, spares this up, I guess they're not. I'm going to say it looks like they can shoot a 1600, but they can't get to 1600, but they can get to a 1594, I guess.
Yeah, because Scotty's got 135 left for 348, so they got 90 pins left. So, 1594, yeah, massive. With a big finish from Scotty here. At the end of the day, it's not really going to matter what the number they post at this point. This game is going to go 7-1 for the Dynamite. Great shot from Scott there. Just freewheeling, and freewheeling home is always a good feeling. Knowing that, look at that game, 338, 269, 311, 328, 302 balls to go. Wow. Yeah. What a game. And great game from the Carnage too. We're talking a lot about the Dynamite, but 1266, great game from the Carnage. Pretty consistent. A couple 270s, a 260, 240. 216 low man. It happens, whatever. It's still a solid team total.
If you take out that 4th score where they had to bring in somebody off the bench, the other 4 bowlers, Brad has the low game at 239. He had 3 head pins in there. Like you said, it's not from lack of execution. They played well. They just didn't have the pins fall their way.
Yeah, Brad had a bunch of head pins. Robbie had the 1. Kelsey had a couple at the top too, and kind of sandwiched in between strikes and stuff as well, right? So if you give her that 1 in 7 or something that makes that match against Chad a lot closer too, heading home. So but all you can do at this point is say you gotta lick your wounds pretty quick. You got another game coming up against Winnipeg, and it's two teams that are looking for their first wins. Great finish from Scotty. Finishes off with a 6-pack, another 6-pack, 3 6-packs in the same game.
You could have shot lights out as the Carnage and not got a point when your opponents are shooting 15-90 something.
Yeah, you could have.
I know that sounds like it's terrible, but that's that was great that they got that point, because at 15-90, you got a team averaging 320 against you. Any point you get, this is great bowling.
Yeah, wow. Unreal game, unreal bowling so far. A couple close matches in our first 2 matches, and then in our third match, a little bit of a blowout. But when you get to watch a 15-90, you don't see that happen too often. So, great job, everybody. We'll bring in our managers once they're ready. Do a little recap of that one. Then we'll head into our last game of the day. We're kind of right on schedule. So, gentlemen, welcome. I don't know where to start here. We'll start with the Carnage. Not a bad game. 12-66.
What can you do, right? It just ran into a freight train there. Definitely props to you guys, and heck of a game. Great job.
Yeah. Jim, what's how's the team feeling after that 13-50 first game, big win against the Dream Crushers, and then come back and do what you guys just did?
They're awesome. They didn't miss the middle, man. That's what it's all about. Hitting the middle. We're a little disappointed in Randy. That's about it.
He should have kept him on the bench, eh?
Oh yeah.
No, great game, 50-90. I don't know some records and stuff like that, but it's got to be up there, top 5 or something like that we've ever seen in Pro League. So that's was an incredible game. 270 low man and four bowlers bowling 300s. So it obviously makes the manager's job a lot easier when your team's rolling like that, eh?
Absolutely, way easier that way. I told the kids, sorry, it's tough to get in this game. So
right. Great showing today from the Dynamite, a 6-pointer and a 7-pointer. Congrats on a great day, guys. I'm sure that's exactly what you guys wanted. And for the Carnage, obviously not the way you want it to start, but you got to take some positives out of a good total, and you got to stay focused because you guys have another game here going up against the Avalanche, who are also going to be looking for their first win of the season. So quick turnaround time, and you guys are going to get ready.
We're getting up and we're getting set and ready to go. So bring it on.
Right on. So Lenny, you got anything for these two managers here before we let them go?
Well, I'd suggest for the Carnage, you better walk around and try and find out where that bullseye is on your team shirt, because you guys had some bad luck. The team just getting onto it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we've done, but no, it'll be good. We're it's a good team, good group of people. We all get along really well, so it's just a matter of time for us to break loose here. So.
Right on. All right, so we'll let her back in, crew. We'll say bye to our managers. Dakota, have a great rest of your week. And Carnage, we'll see you very shortly. We'll go to commercial and we'll get going with our last match of the day.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. with an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
Lenny, we made it. We made it to match number 4 of the day.
It actually flew by. It was, the bowling's been exciting enough and good enough that it really flew by quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's always fun to watch some good bowling. So we're kind of keeping it on schedule here. So we'll get our back end team here to bring in our managers for our match number 4, final match of the day. Look at this, the Winnipeg crew just like ready to go. Everybody wants some airtime here. What? And then we have Jeff back for the Carnage too. So right on. So we got the Avalanche and the Carnage ready for the last match of the day. Both coming off of a couple losses in their most recent match. So both will be looking for their first wins of the season. So a big match coming up here. So we'll start with Jeff, obviously coming off that little bit of a shellacking, but not trying. Still posting up a really good score. Just ran into a buzzsaw. Any changes coming up for you guys, Jeff?
Yeah, we're gonna move a bunch of people around. We had 8 players here today, so I'm gonna bring Curtis in to play. So yeah, our lineup, we're going to go Kelsey, Bobby, Curtis, Tracy, and then Derek, and then have Carrie and Rob on the bench to come off of it from there.
All right, and we got a new host here. We got Brett. Is this Brent? Sorry, Brent.
It's Brett. Yeah, no end.
No end. All right, what's going on, Brett? So we got you filling in here. So what have you guys been up to during this little bit of a break before this last match?
You know what, Al? I'm going to be honest. I don't really know what's going on around here. I was just asked to come spit some cliches and thank the fans.
Thank the fans, one shot at a time, pucks in deep, baby, and so that's what it's all about, right? So
we're gonna let the pins fall where they fall. We're gonna give it 110%, one ball at a time.
Right on, Brett. You got the lineup for the Avalanche?
Yeah, we got Dwayne leading off. I'm bowling second, Brooke at third, Big Will at 4, Colton at 5, and Dylan Alyssa on the bench.
Here we go. So both teams, Avalanche, Carnage, looking for the first win of the season. So if everybody's ready to go, gentlemen, best of luck to everybody.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
All right. Good luck out there.
All right, background guy, let's get the graphics up for the new matchups. I'll do the Carnage to start. Calgary Carnage, we got Curtis Kaplan, Kelsey Wilton, Tracy Smith, Brad Wilton, Bobby Kite, Rob Wolfson, Derek Dobbs, Kerry Snyder, Manager Jeff Wilson, bowling out of Toppler Bowl in Calgary.
And their opponent is the Avalanche with Dwayne Gillardy, Colton Yuzwa, Will Thompson, Dylan Stevenson, Brett Henderson, Kevin Boyko, Lisa Campbell, and Brooke Goulet. They're playing at a St. James.
Here we go. See if we can get another last good game here under our belts for week number 4 of this Cargill division matchups. A little bit of a recap as we get this game going. In the first match, we had the Dream Crushers against the Dakota Dynamite. Dakota Dynamite taking a 6-2 win home. Game 2, we had the Dream Crushers and the Carnage, or not the Carnage, the Dream Crushers and the Avalanche. And the Dream Crushers took home a win as well. I believe it was a 5-3 win. Going off memory here. Yeah, it was another 3 points for the Avalanche. The last game, in game number 3, we had the Carnage and the Dakota Dynamite. Dakota Dynamite bowling at 15-90, taking a big 7-1 win over the Carnage, who still had a great game at 12-66.
Yeah, the Carnage, like I said, their backs are up against the wall here. They need, they're running out of, it's early in the year, but they just don't want to dig themselves too deep a hole. They need to get some points in this game and try and give themselves a chance to come back later.
Especially like you said too, Lenny, right? We've been seeing a lot of 5-3s and stuff like that. And unfortunately for the Carnage, they haven't been on that side. They've been losing their games 6-2, 6-2, and now they just went 7-1. So they're 3 games in with 5 total points. Like you said, they need a win here, and they probably need a 6-pointer, 7-pointer here to get back into the mix here a little bit. Like you said, it's still early, but this is game 4 out of an 11-game schedule for them. So they're nearing that halfway point, and they don't have a win. So they need one here for sure. And same thing for the Avalanche, right? Like you said, they've got a couple 5-3 losses, but those, they're still sitting at 6 points. So they're 2 games in, and they're already a point ahead of the Carnage with a game in hand kind of thing. So if they were to win this one, would be a big win for the Avalanche as well.
Yeah, it's a bounce back game for both teams.
Yeah, so Kelsey started off with a corner there. So you can see that they were kind of practicing off to the left there on that lane 1. So the Avalanche got a little bit of a head start there, and big lineup changes for the Avalanche there too. The only one that I think stayed in his spot is Will, and and he played well the first game as well. But, Dwayne going from anchor to leadoff, Colton going from leadoff to anchor. Talk about a flip-flop there. And, Brooke had come in as a leadoff spot, so they kind of slotted her into the middle. And Brett coming off the bench and starting this game. So definitely a new look team kind of thing for this one.
Yeah, for sure. And both teams are starting out. Nobody's opening up yet. Both teams are throwing marks. So starting out that first frame, pretty solid.
Yeah, they left Kelsey and Bobby in that same kind of 1-2 spot. They had a good first game, right? So props to Jeff for kind of recognizing that and not wanting to make too many drastic changes there. And now it gives us a first look at Curtis and Tracy today. So see what they've been up to off to the side. I'm sure they've been keeping warm. So great shot from Curtis.
Yeah, that was a solid bomb there.
And Tracy, well, we all know what Tracy's done. I believe she was the MVP in season 1 for the ladies. Big part of this Calgary team. And I wanted to mention as well as I believe I saw a post, whatever, that the Carnage, they're very close knit group, a good bunch of friends. I believe they were all out in Calgary last night at one of their sponsors' restaurants or bars or whatever, went to get a bite to eat, and they were supporting their sponsor. So they do a lot of things as a team, which is huge. And I think we've mentioned this in previous broadcasts as well, where they do a lot of golfing together and stuff like that, a lot of team activities. So you can tell that this is a group of veteran players that know each other very well.
Yeah, for sure. They're all pros, and they've all old enough years that I don't think you're going to have any panic on their team. They know their backs are against the wall, but they're going to come come through with some great shots here, and I'm sure we're going to see a great match.
Yeah, I don't want to age anybody by this comment, but like, you got the Winnipeg Avalanche. You look at, Dwayne, Brooke, Will, Colton. Average age is a little bit younger than the Carnage side, right? Where you got Carey being a little bit more experienced and stuff like that, and a couple guys and girls that have been around for a longer time, kind of thing. So it's interesting to see that dynamic of kind of veteran and new player.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna see whether experience wins out over youth and
over youth, kind of thing.
Yes.
We're just keeping it friendly. But much better start from the Avalanche. I think it took them a few frames to get that first strike and first kind of mark there. So great start from Calgary as well. They had a great start last game as well. So hopefully they'll keep it going and keep playing well. But very close start here. Just down 2 pins. A lot of marks for everybody. So
I think Calgary's just going to be happy now that Blaine's thrown, they realize that there's nobody that's going to start out with a double against them. Instead of last game.
Last game was, I was going to say last game was the Carnage. Yeah. Well, they had 3 6-packs thrown at them, whatever. I don't know the last time I've seen that, whatever, but they had 3 different 6-baggers in that game for the Dynamite in the last match. So that was something else, man. That was a fun game to watch. Not a fun game to be on the receiving end of it, though. But we've all done it in this sport. I think we've all been a part of that, where you just see a team just blow us away, kind of thing, and that's just bowling. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah. If Bobby and Curtis can come through with stripes here and get themselves off to doubles and get their team relaxed, I think that could go a long way to getting them off to the right foot there and getting a big game going for them.
Yeah, I think Brett was pretty excited to get into some action as well. I don't think he played last year. I'm not sure. Obviously, not on the Avalanche, because the Avalanche is a new team. But I've seen his name around there on some leaderboards, and I remember him making like a deep run at Regina, I believe, and it's a guy that you don't see very often. So I'm glad, and you see him a lot on the commentator side and joining podcasts and stuff like that. So it's good to see him out on the lanes.
Absolutely.
And he's always a character too. Likes to have a good time, and that's what I'm all about. I just want to have a good time, have some laughs, and don't take this too seriously. Great shot from Brooke. Good spare. She's played well today as well. Coming off that bench and finishing that game, whatever, that was huge for the Avalanche. Earned herself a starting role into this game. So a couple misses on the Avalanche side, but yet able to keep it clean with a bunch of spares. We'll see if Tracy can follow suit from the Carnage side after our friends Bobby and Curtis got some doubles going. There you go. Great shot from Tracy. Cool. Lots of marks from both ends, so great start to the match. A little different. Still only 1 strike from the Avalanche side, but they were keeping it clean. Announcer's curse. Nah. No such thing as an announcer's curse. So again, if you just tuned in, this is the last match of the day. So the Avalanche and the Carnage both looking for their first wins of the season. So it's still a very important match for both of these teams. This is game 3 for the Avalanche and game 4 for the Carnage. So Colton looking to spark up his team here in the anchor spot. So great decent start from both teams. Decent frame. 4 marks for the Avalanche, 3 for the Carnage. Couple doubles for the Carnage, so maybe a slight advantage there, but it all depends on what they do on them, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Kelsey's going to want to get back on the marks here.
Yeah, Kelsey's been like all over the middle too. I think like her last game, was solid, had a chance in the end, really, and I think her only 2 opens were 2 headpins, if I'm not mistaken. So. She's been playing really well, and obviously the coach has kept her in the same position because he probably thinks the same thing, whatever, right? She's been throwing well. She's been picking up her spares when she leaves corners. So great shooting from her. It's all you can ask for.
Yeah, she had some, some questionable breaks last game, but she didn't make any mistakes at all.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You when you don't get the breaks, it's like, okay, that's one thing. But you got to avoid those mistakes, right? So if you're able to, deal with the breaks, but then, get those spares when you need to and just, keep it clean, then that's okay. That's going to happen, right? So, and it keeps your team into it as well, right? Especially in a leadoff position. If your leader can keep doing that and comes off with a good positive attitude, and she's always got that little jump in her step when she's coming off the lane. So it gives a positive vibe to the bottom 4 of the lineup. Oh, Brett with the point. Like that one out of the hand. Bobby with a big chop break there from a headpin to a chop.
Absolutely. That was a huge break for Bobby. Yeah, Brett knew that one right out of his hand.
Yeah. As he followed through with it, he had the point out already.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about this game too. Whatever, you get to see a lot of people's character and personalities when they get fired up and stuff like that, and it always makes it funner from a viewing perspective. And you sometimes used to watch the TSN Pins games or the CBCs back in the day, and it was always fun to watch the animated ones that would get excited, like the Jeff Bournes of the world and stuff like that. That would make it much more fun for the viewers to watch. So I've always liked that part of our sport.
Yeah, usually when you see somebody getting animated, that's usually a good sign that they're getting comfortable too.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
A good thing for the stream.
But it also becomes taxing when you become older to get animated like that, and then when you're playing in these events where you got 8-game qualifiers and potentially 2 shifts in a day, and Baker events and stuff like that, and all these different side events, and it's to keep that those emotions up and that energy up. It's taxing on the body.
For sure, yeah.
Great job from Curtis, though. Fresh off the bench, didn't play in the first game for the Carnage today, but comes in, starts with 3 in a row. Trying to give the Carnage a little bit of a spark here, kind of thing. Close match, 288. I don't see the total for the other team, but they're minus 40. They're minus 46, so I'm assuming like 242 or something.
Yeah, I wish it was hooked up to the other one, but yeah, no, they definitely didn't put it in the right scoring mode, so that we're not going to see the totals. But
oh yeah, that's you can't even compare it. You can't say minus 46 because it's not even in the same house.
Yeah.
Way to go, Al. Rookie mistake. So yeah. Oh, I gotta calculate it. Jordan, are you in the background? You gonna keep this by hand or what? Oh, sorry guys. They put the scoring mode in wrong for Jeff. No worries, Jeff.
I'll try to work on something back here.
Okay, thanks, Jordan. I'll take out the calculator here and try to keep track for myself in the background here. But a couple strikes there for the Avalanche. Other than that, a little bit of a little frame there. A couple 15s, head pin, corner miss at the top from Dwayne. Carnage haven't really capitalized on it, other than Curtis getting his turkey there. See if Derek can pick up his spare, and that would get him right back into his match against Colton. So great spare for Derek. So 313 for the Avalanche, and some random score for the Carnage. So
I think the Carnage are looking. They're top half of game is looking really good. I think the bottom two ain't in any trouble based on who they're playing. They're right in their matches, but I just think the Carnage can't wait too much longer. I think if they don't get some marks going on those fourth and fifth bowlers, we have to see moves earlier.
Team total 271. Thank you for that graphic there. Whoever's working the front counter there on the good old Mendez system. This used to be the same system we had in Timmins, so it's all reminding me of the good old days. So great shot from Kelsey. She kind of had a little bit of body language there showing that she didn't really like it, but she got away with it. Got a good strike. Whoa, it looks like Brett's bringing in the Booker T there with the hand shaking thing going on there. So Brett feeling it, got his energy up following Dwayne after Dwayne buried his shots. So in the first match, Dwayne and Kelsey, it seems to be a really close match there, both working on strikes and four. Brett making a move here after Bobby started on a couple in a row. See if Bobby can convert this three-pin spare. Goes on the outside and doesn't get the left two to go. Oh, Brooke looked away pretty quick from that one, so a little bit of a miscue from her, but 30 counts are good where I come from, so regroup, make your spare. Well, Curtis going to see if he can keep going. Big shot for Curtis here for team total, right?
Absolutely.
It's always nice when you can have one guy on your team, guy or girl, if they can get going, throw in that 4-5 bagger kind of thing. You always have that one of them going. It kind of alleviates a little bit of pressure because maybe some people think that they need to be that guy or that girl to kind of carry the team or whatever. But if somebody else is doing it, kind of lets you kind of freewheel a little bit.
Yeah, I have one of the guys on a string. You just hope he stays on that string and buys you more time because you sit back and you realize we got four other players. We're all capable. We're going to find it. We just need to have the time.
Yeah.
Great spare.
But you're not pressing to be that guy when you have somebody else already doing it kind of thing, right? So it's like you just got to try to keep up. You got to try to find it. So good half from Curtis there to keep his marks alive and keep his clean sheet game going there. So good 115 after 3 with a spare. Tracy here's got a couple coming off. Tracy's coming off a couple misses here, so she'll probably be looking at trying to hit that middle because she's still close in her match. So it could be a big shot here, but with the headpin there, are you thinking of a potential pull here as a coach, or is it just too early with obviously knowing Tracy's caliber and stuff like that? But
I think it's I think you would give her a lot of more time if you didn't have the record you have. I think with the record you have, I think they can't afford to have anything get away on them.
And you have Carey off the bench too, and he came in and played decent when he came in the last game, and in this particular match in the 4-hole, it's still within grasp, it's kind of within reach kind of thing. So before that gets too kind of carried away, I thought it might be a good opportunity there, but we'll see what Jeff decides to do. Yeah, this is a big shot for Derek too.
Even with Derek, it would not be out of the realm to see both Carey and Rob come in the next frame.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's another one. Yeah, it's Rob. Rob's on the bench as well. So you got Carey and Rob, two veteran guys on the bench, probably chomping at the bit here. And you have a couple close matches, yet, the Avalanche sitting there with, a good frame. They got a double working and 3 other strikes. So, we'll see what happens here in the last frame before the commercial break.
It's a very big frame for the Avalanche. They can really set themselves up nicely going into the break. They can all mark on their strikes.
Yeah, for sure. You could definitely put some pedal to the metal. 426.
So they're actually ahead. They're actually ahead right now, but they're behind in marks. So.
Yeah, that's going to be the make or break. But then Dwayne with a headpin there. So again, Dwayne struggling a little bit today. Can't get anything going. I think he got pulled in the first match in the anchor spot. So playing better this game. Getting his a couple corners, but missing one, and I think he's got a couple strikes as well. So, but not not to his caliber or his expectations, I'm sure. I think Dwayne probably considers himself to be a leader on that team, and we all know his allegiance to the Colorado Avalanche. So I think he might have had a say in the team name. So probably wants to represent them well. So I'm sure he expects a little bit more out of himself, but he's got 5 frames to do it in the second half here. See if he can regroup.
Well, Brett's kind of in the same situation that Curtis was now. Brett's, he's feeling it, and this strike could go a long way in helping that team forward.
Oh no, a little too excited there, maybe trying to get that third one. Curtis is really throwing a great shot. I feel like his timing is like bang on. You can see it in his approach. He's solid at the line, throwing it out exactly where he wants to. So looks like Curtis is feeling it.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable. And you know this is a big shot for Tracy. You know that she wants the shot. And she realizes the situation she's in.
Yeah, she's a veteran. She knows. She probably knows. Great shot at that right pocket. Carries the right pin. Shot. Yeah. And the coach is probably saying, good, but like he was probably getting ready to do the yank at that point kind of thing. But she fights her way in, keeps herself in. Great shot from Brooke there, just doesn't carry the left corner pin. She clearly liked it as she was attempting to run it out. And there comes the Carnage. Exactly what they needed.
They needed, boy.
Yeah. Strikes all the way down for the Carnage, but now they're going to get iced out a little bit here with a big break because the Avalanche aren't done, plus the commercial break coming up. So
exactly. It's a long time to be watching and waiting now, but it's, they got to be feeling good about the frame they just had. Like I said, if there was timeouts in bowling, the Avalanche should be taking one right now.
Yeah, and it's going to, come down to Will and Colton too, right? Those guys got to lead the team here. They can post up a couple doubles and, kind of take control of their matches and get that pinfall onto their side. But yeah, they got to do it. So team total 531. So if the Avalanche throw a couple strikes here, they get those 30 counts, they can get to like 546. So it'll be a 15-pin game. Can go either way. So close match still halfway through. Not big, massive scores like we've seen in the first couple matches with the Dynamite and the Carnage last game. But all we can ask for is close matches.
I think you can learn more. I think you can learn more about people's fortitude on a close match that's low scoring, where you just don't get a break and every ball means something. Over teams throwing 1,400. When you have that, you have teams free rolling. Right now, nobody's really freewheeling. They're all pretty tight, and every ball's going to mean so much. So yeah,
I love those grinder games. The the 1100s to 1100s or the 1050s to 1050s because it's just so pressing, right? And everybody knows that everybody's struggling, kind of thing, right? But it's really a fight of attrition, kind of thing, right? Who wants it more? Who's going to figure it out more or figure it out quicker? And it's super exciting. So great spare there from Colton. He seemed to like that first shot, but they're sitting at 546 to 531 for the Carnage. So we'll let Jordan chime in the commercial here, and we'll get going with the second half in a couple minutes.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.
Into the home stretch of week number 4 for the Pro League. Total 546 for the Avalanche, 531 for the Carnage. Got Al Paquette and Len Anseth on the call. We made it, Lenny. Second half here.
I'm really looking forward to see how the Carnage does the 6th frame here, coming off of a big 5th frame.
And Kelsey's on the lane, like ready to go. Gets a little light on the right-hand side for the left corner. But she was chomping at the bit to get out there. Dwayne, big shot. Big half here for Kelsey, though, because she can get to 138 after 5, so she'd still have a bit of a lead on Dwayne there. But it's important to keep it clean here. Like you said, minimize those mistakes, right? Absolutely. And she really hasn't made any. She's been keeping it clean. And the Avalanche are coming out swinging.
Brett just had that 5th frame there. I think he was on that double, and I think he realized that he could really put some huge pressure on Bobby there. He got a little quick. Other than that, though, the 6th frame, he looked back to his regular self. Looked like a great shot right out of his hand. Yeah,
and he probably knows it too, right? So
Absolutely,
that even that shot from Bobby too, right? That gets him within. If they were both to strike out, it's a 2-pin game. So it's a big shot to get that double for Bobby to stay in his match against Brett. Ooh, Brooke gets a bit of a squeeze there, so a little bit of a break, I think. So it looked like a little bit of a head pin. So, she's a little bit down in her match against Curtis. But again, team total, she's trying to get tons of pins here and needs to convert on these corner spares after missing that last one. Curtis, it doesn't matter if it's the left side or the right side of the pocket. It's carrying everything right now. So great game from Curtis.
I think if we see one here from Tracy, she's going to be back in her match, and she's going to have a huge finish. We all know what kind of player she is. Nice.
Yeah. Even her last strike was in the right pocket. That one was in the left pocket. So either pockets are working right now for Curtis and Tracy. So, and when Tracy was getting close to getting pulled, she comes off and throws a big double to, force her manager to look elsewhere. But you look at Carey just standing right there, probably waiting to go in, but also very happy to see his team post up all these doubles. See 4 doubles going down the line there. So he'll be content to take a seat if his team keeps getting these strikes. So, and after Will getting that hit pin, kind of slows down the Avalanche a little bit, and then allows Tracy to get right back into her match with that double.
Yeah, that was a huge momentum swing, that frame there for the Carnage. You know, not only did they all get doubles, but the only person that was on that double on the Avalanche got the head pin. So they got everything they could have asked for. And I see we got a change there. We got Dylan coming in.
Dylan came in for Will there. So yeah, you look at that team total now. So even with Colton's strike here, gets him to 660 to 649, but with 4 doubles and a spare working, big advantage to the Carnage. But again, it's all about what you do on those doubles, right? But from an Avalanche perspective, you gotta think that you're trailing a little bit here.
Absolutely.
But like you mentioned too, right? You were kind of excited or wondering what was going to happen after that break, after that big 5th frame from the Carnage. Well, they clearly answered the bell and went corner spare 4-bagger down the line kind of thing. So definitely still feeling it. So that break did not really affect them. And even the Avalanche had a great frame, 4 marks, 1 corner pin spare and a head pin. So they're still plugging away at the middle. But like you said, it's looking like a Scrabble board or whatever, like you said, a bunch of letters again all over the place. That looked a little wide right from Kelsey. A little bit of a pitch out there. So allows Dwayne in.
She looked like she got to the line a little fast with her feet there. The timing just looked a little bit off of what we usually see for Kelsey here. So yeah. I don't think that ball had much of a chance out of it. That looked a lot better.
She recovers well and keeps it clean again. Makes the adjustment and knows what she did wrong. You put a bad shot behind you and you move on to the next. But that double from Dwayne puts him right back in that match as well. He's technically got control at this point. So, and then Brett, going 5-5 there, allows Bobby again right back into his match. So, big shot for Bobby coming up here.
Yeah, if the next 4 bowlers for the Carnage show up and throw their strikes, I think people in Winnipeg are going to feel like they're in an Avalanche. Because that's a lot of coming their way.
And a little sweeper to the right for Bobby there. Great shot, great triple, gets him in control of his match. And it's not like we've seen triples and lots of strikes from the Carnage side, and we've seen some from the Avalanche, but we don't tend to see the strings on the Avalanche side right now. There's nobody getting past that 2 or 3 mark kind of thing. Yet you've seen that a lot from other teams, and again, that can be attested to the pinfall. That looked a little quick from Curtis there. Looks like he tried to whip it out there a little bit too fast, but can still convert, still well in control of his match against Brooke, especially now that Brooke missed that corner pin. And now we saw the same thing from Brooke last game, right? Where she went a lot of corners, but at least the last game she spared them all. Here she missed 2 out of 3, and we're getting a pull here. Alyssa going in for Brooke, so that'll be the last pull for the Avalanche.
And that was unfortunate for Curtis. Being that Brooke had that corner pin and missed it, this was a good shot for Curtis to really put the nail in the coffin, so to say. He's still sitting fine in his match, but it's just
it's that nail in the coffin, right? You don't want that uncertainty because right now, Alyssa could come in and get to 280, and that would force Curtis to still, get a couple marks coming in, kind of thing, right? But if he throws that strike, it's game over. And you don't even have to worry about it. And Dylan trying to fire up the team there, pointing back at somebody. So that's 2 doubles gone for the Carnage. Curtis lost his. Tracy obviously getting a good count. So with a spare here would actually give her a little bit of a lead in their game against Dylan now. Is that going to hang? No.
Oh, no. Just missed at the end.
Colton getting fired up as well. So now Winnipeg's got a couple doubles working, top and bottom, Dylan and Dwayne. Or not Dylan and Dwayne, Colton and Dwayne. And Dylan with the other strike for the Avalanche.
It's amazing how
And
things change. It went from the Carnage looking like taking control of this match to all of a sudden now Derek needs to strike to stay within reach of this match.
yeah, absolutely. And to even up, the doubles with the Avalanche too, right? If he gets this one, then they both got doubles going into the 8th frame and an additional mark. Great shot from Derek. Great shot. Love to see it. I love to see people pull through and make those big shots. So Derek with that strike takes a 3-pin lead over Colton after 5. Would both have doubles working. So 788 to 860. So a little bit of a lead, but I'm not sure on how the marks and the scoring kind of works from that total there. So I think this game is pretty close.
Absolutely.
So Kelsey there, big shot, big 30 count on that missed spare. So made the adjustments. And again, it's been keeping it clean all day, even in our first game. And this is one of the doubles for the Avalanche here. So Dwayne running it out, loves it. So great shot from Dwayne. So he kind of takes a little bit of a lead in his match against Kelsey now. And keeps one of those doubles working going into 9-10. Hey, going to be another close game getting out to the end here. So this another one where Bobby can kind of shut the door here. Nope. So again, pinning here, especially for Bobby with his next ball counting on the strike is a big 10-point swing here. So it's important to pick up these pins in such a close match. So Brett struggles to a 10 count there, and 8 gets him to 193. Body can go 5-5 here to get him to 216. So we'll give him a little bit of a cushion going into the last 2 frames. Oh, gets a little thin 5 there, but gets that extra count. Oh, light on the right for Alyssa. I was just about to say, I'm pretty sure Alyssa is going to be out of her match. The Alyssa Brooke combo there is going to be out of her match, but again, going to come down to pinfall, right? So those strikes are massive.
It's a very important shot for Curtis to get back on his roll, to find that same pace and tempo he had, and get the strikes going again for his team for that total.
Yeah, absolutely. And his match is not wrapped up yet, so it'd be good to see him come back after that rough frame that he had and throws a bomb. Great shot. Throws a bomb. It's nice to see people come back, after just, having a bad frame, coming back and throwing that bomb and say, okay, back at it. Forget that last frame and get to it. Dylan here too, like with that 3-pin, makes a spare to get into his match with Tracy here. And then he plugs it back. So he's actually just down a pin after 7 against Tracy.
Looks like
and he's
making a move there.
So Carey's going in. So Tracy earned herself an extra 3 frames because we were talking about potentially having that pull after the 4th frame, but comes back, throws a double corner pin, and actually has the lead in her match now. So now it'll be Carey to keep that lead and keep padding that team total here.
Yeah, it's important pins here to pick up now and make sure you keep control of that match.
Oh, no. Colton with the head pin there. So Derek is licking his chops here to throw a bomb here. And some huge shot here for Derek. From an individual match standpoint, to take control, and probably for team total, because Dwayne's got the double working for the Avalanche, and the Carnage have 2 strikes. but it would be nice to have that extra triple. And look at Carey, you can see he's leaning into it. He knows it's a big shot and gets away from Derek a little bit there.
Yeah, this becomes a big shot for the spare too now.
Even just from a count too, it needs a count here. Oh, okay, better shot. Better shot. That's huge. Might be frustrating that you let that 3-pin get away, but huge because that's now he's sitting at 181 with the spare versus Colton's 185. So a little bit of a lead with 9 and 10 to go. Not too many marks out there for anybody. 3 marks each, a double for the Avalanche and the 1 strike from Alyssa. So yeah, 9:04. I don't know if we have a score update for the Carnage there. And here we go. A couple punches at the leadoff spot there.
Yep. And I think nobody wants to punch, but I think if you're the Carnage, you take that. If your bowler on a strike punches, if you can get the bowler on the double to punch, that's a good trade.
Mm-hmm. And see, this is such a close game because after 7, like Dwayne's sitting at 193 and Kelsey's at 188. So Dwayne does what he had to do there, gets that big count on that second shot on those strikes that were working. So now Kelsey gets her 13, 226. So Dwayne's sitting at 228, potentially 233. So that game is going down to the 10th frame.
Absolutely.
Big extra 2 sticks, right? Pinning is winning, or pinning, I don't know how that saying goes, but pinners are winners. Is that what it is?
The only game, and it's not over, but the only game that's really looking comfortable is Curtis's. Other than that, these other 4 matches can go either way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good shot from Brett.
Bobby can really buy himself some breathing room with the strike here.
Yeah, great shot. Must spare here, basically, for Brett. Yeah. So he maxes out at 75 for 268, and Bobby's kind of sitting at 240 mark already without really throwing. So still a game to be played. Still going to come down to the 10th, which is what we want to see. Curtis here just trying to pad to the team total here and potentially throw 1 big shot and just shut out Alyssa here. That one looked good too. Yeah, he liked it too. There you go. And again, like we mentioned earlier in the match here, these are 2 winless teams looking for their first win of the season. So important for both teams to finish strong here. Carey off the bench. Looks like he got the little power chop. So Alyssa gets a big 30 count. For team total, at least. And to get herself a mark going into 10, because, again, 9th frame, foundation frame, everybody's looking for a mark at least. So does he get 2? 2 for the half. So that's a close game that can go either way, right? That was a 3-pin game going into this into the 9th frame. So. Yeah, big shot from Dylan. A little bit thin on the right, but got the sweep action, carried everything to the left there. So Derek, there you go. Good regroup from Derek. I think he really wanted that one in the 8th frame, and when he ripped that 3-pin, comes back, gets the spare, throws a bomb in 9, and he kind of takes control in his match. Now he's up 26, and he's already forced, and he's already got that strike in 9. So.
Great answer. Yeah, I think every bowler has that feeling. That last frame for Derek, he's on a 3-bagger, their team's in a tight match, he could really carry total. Then you go and you punch that 3-pin, and you just get that sick feeling in the pit of your stomach. And that next ball to throw is not an easy ball to throw. That spare was a huge spare for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great shot.
So great shot from Kelsey. I don't know if Dwayne's waiting or if he's watching, but he's got a little bit of a lead here. A very marginal lead, a 7-point lead, and now with Kelsey throwing that strike, this is a big shot for Dwayne here too. Answers right back. So still, can go either way here, but it looks like they're kind of playing ball for ball here. And I think they both know the importance of this finish here for both teams. So we'll try to keep a running total here on the Carnage side to see how close it is as we get towards the bottom bowlers here. Great job. And Kelsey's been clean, right? Been clean. Her only kind of opens seem to have been her head pins, but she's been sparing everything and getting, tons of strikes. She's been getting lots of strikes. So I think she shot a 270 her first game, and she's on pace for that again, and has just forced Dwayne to basically get this one. Doesn't get the carry. So he's sitting at 263 max. She needs the side of the middle to clinch her win. And gets it. 269.
That's some great grinding she did all day. She never really got on a roll, and she threw 2 great games.
Yeah, 2 great games. 269. Wins her point. Dwayne, 263. Great game. Just fell a little bit short there. But yeah, good game.
Like you mentioned earlier, a 5-3 doesn't really hurt the Avalanche. It doesn't help them. It doesn't hurt them that bad. But a 5 does nothing for the Carnage. They need to spring every point.
Yeah, and that's a big shot from Brett too. Makes Bobby think, but Bobby's already on the lane, so I don't know if he saw what happened. But Carey's right there, and he's always kind of watching every shot as the team goes down the lineup here. And with Bobby's miss there, he maxes out at 276, and Brett can get to 260. So it's still in Bobby's hands here.
Yeah, Brett needs to do this one to put the pressure on Bobby. If Brett doesn't get this,
but now you look at Bobby going up, whatever, right away, kind of thing, right? Just trying to fix that mistake and get that out of his head. Does Brett get the push? No. Oh, and Bobby got tapped. But Bobby's going to have enough. So if Brett spares this, gets to 253, Bobby's already sitting at 257. So this one's going to go the Carnage way again. So first 2 matches going to the Carnage is exactly what they needed. And Curtis
third match is going that way too.
Is going that way as well. So it's looking those 2 matches were so close. Those 6 pins and both games going down by 6 pins, whatever. So 253 and 263. So yeah, great finish for Kelsey to pull that one off for her, and great run by Brett to try to make that one close as well. So I think the big difference is really going to come down to Curtis's game, right? Curtis really carried that game and the team total, because if he strikes out, he gets to that almost that 350 mark, and that's the 150 pin difference kind of between that match and Brooke and Alyssa's match. There, a little bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah, this was a football game. We definitely be giving the game ball to Curtis on this one. Huh?
Yeah, got to get the game ball to Curtis. Yeah, exactly. Because those 2 bottom matches too. I know we know Carey's in for Tracy now, and Derek is still playing well. So it's those 2 matches are still up for grabs. So it'll still be an exciting finish. But I think from a team total perspective, I think it's leading towards the Carnage at this point.
Well, absolutely. I think the team total is over and done with. But I tell you what, if they even get 6-2, that's not going to feel good for them. They need to try and they're in control. They need to try and get the sweep, and at the same time, the Avalanche, if they can pull off these last 2 matches, they've got 3 games in and they got 8 points. It's not great, but it's not a disaster.
So that chop for Will. So Will's going to max out at 220. So Carey can come in and win his match. He's got control of it now that Dylan missed the first shot in 10. So Curtis looking to finish off this great game here. Big monster, 348. Great game. Oh, and Dylan misses thin. So Carey can win this game. And like you said, I didn't say it before, but you did just mention it. So you said it first. You said there is a sweep possibility here. So be interesting to see. Could be a big game for the Carnage here. So that gets him to 183. So he needs the spare.
Yeah.
He needs the spare. I'm sure he knows it, but if he gets the spare here, would definitely you can see I think Jeff kind of pacing back and forth there. Does he get to the inside? Oh, great shot. So he needs 5 here. He needs 5 to win by 1. And Colton, I don't know if he's sitting back and just kind of watching and seeing what's happening here. But he hasn't gone up on the lane yet, so he might want to play ball for ball. So is it enough? Did he get there? Oh yeah, he got them all. Got them all.
That was a great finish, and that was a great point for them to take. Yeah.
Yeah, Carey coming off the bench, after Tracy got herself back in the match, but then she started to I think that corner pin spare is kind of where he came in, I think, or the corner in the 5-5-5 in the 8th maybe. But anyways, yeah, great job from Carey coming in and winning that close match. And now Colton goes with the 3-pin, so he maxes out at 245. Derek not again. Another 3-pin for Derek. Okay, that's a big spare for Colton. He needs a count here, I think, Derek, to shut him out. Oh, no. So now he's sitting at 242. So it's still in his control. He needs this 5. He gets the head pin for the win.
Yeah.
Head pin for the win. Or for the sweep. And he gets them all. That's going to be a sweep. Sweep for the Carnage, not what the Avalanche was looking for here. Tons of games came down to the 10th frame, like 4 out of the 5 matches. They all came down to the last frame other than Curtis's game. So team total, I don't know if we have a team total for the Carnage, but 1162 for the Avalanche. And nice game from the Carnage. They held their head up high after kind of getting that shellacking against the Dynamite in the last game and come back with a big 8-0 victory to kind of turn their season around a little bit here. So good win, impressive win. Fun matches today, all across the board.
Absolutely.
All 4 matches, all 4 matches went down to the 10th frame or shot 1600s. So it was some fun bowling. So we'll get Jordan to bring in our managers here for our last recap of the day. Good day, Jeff. Good day, Robbie.
What's up, guys?
So what's going on? We'll start with Winnipeg, I guess. Not what you guys were looking for. Tons of matches came down to the 10th frame. Exciting from our end, but obviously coming out with the 0 points, not what you guys were looking for. So what are you guys thinking?
It was a tough game. Again, the punches and the 3-pins didn't help us at all. But we were in it to the end. We didn't stop trying the whole time, and
of course,
yeah, it's unfortunate.
Unfortunate, and unfortunate. Not what you guys wanted, obviously, but going to the Carnage, got to be feeling good, coming off that shellacking from the Dynamite, and not that you guys didn't play well, but to obviously stay in a good mindset and come out and get a big sweep for your first win of the season, and really keep your season alive almost. It felt like a must win, right? So great game. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, no, it's definitely exciting finish, and very exciting competition there. I'm buzzing still a little bit, but no, we're super excited. Oh my God!
Sorry, there's this teddy bear thing going on in the background. Jesus, there you go. Brett's taking out the kicks. Anyways, that was a fun way to finish the round. Obviously, an 8-0 is a good way to finish, and it puts a smile on your face going into your next games, which I don't know when they are, but to get that first win under your belt must feel good. Not
we
till
played
January.
now. So yeah, no, it was good, well needed, and now we're gonna go head over to Village for some beers. So looking forward to it.
There you go. Go support the sponsors. Best of luck to the Winnipeg team and to the Calgary Carnage and everybody that's playing in the WCBT's TPC this weekend. So best of luck to everybody. It was a great bowling. But Lenny, you want to chime in with some last words here?
I just think it was, like you said, exactly what you said, great bowling, and I think the Carnage, they really needed this. I think your Christmas break now is going to be a little more cheerful than it would have been if you guys used to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it wasn't great for the Avalanche, but they're not dead. They're actually 1 point ahead of where you guys were sitting at the tree. They just need to take it out on somebody in their next match and get themselves back into it.
100%, Len.
Yeah, and some of the losses that Winnipeg has had have been like 5-3 splits, so they've avoided, the big 6-2s or 7-1s kind of thing before this 8-0 kind of thing. But I'm sure they're going to take some anger out on whoever they're facing next. So if you look at the schedule, if you're facing Winnipeg next, I would definitely be prepared. Be prepared for an avalanche or a storm coming, especially with this Sasquatch thing in the background here.
Yeah.
All right,
thanks,
gentlemen.
guys.
All right, gentlemen. Take care.
Thanks. Bye now.
Good luck, guys.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
When you come to the Canadian Brewhouse, you'll feel right at home. We work hard to make our house your house. With an affordable menu of appetizers, entrees, desserts, beverages, and killer deals on daily specials. At our house, you never miss a play. As sports lovers, we've ensured each location includes over 50 TVs and our signature Jumbotron. The Canadian Brewhouse is the place people want to be.